Evening. Welcome to our August 9th, 2021 Board of Commissioners meeting for the town of Matthews. I'd like to start with some introductions. We have with us tonight Commissioner Larry Whitley, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, Commissioner Dave Bland, Town Manager Hazen Blodgett, Commissioner John Urban, Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk, Commissioner Jeff Miller, Commissioner Ken McCool, Planning Director Jay Camp, Town Clerk Lori Canapino, our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith, and our Fire Chief Rob Kinnenberg, who doesn't have his camera up, but we'll see him in a minute. I'd like to remind everyone, unfortunately, that due to a spike of COVID-19 cases in the region and concerns regarding the Delta variant, this meeting of the Matthews Board once again will be conducted remotely via the Zoom platform, live streamed on YouTube. Myself and the commissioners will vote on each item by roll call vote, meaning each member will be polled to individually state their vote for the board. They will also raise their hand or otherwise visually indicate that vote. I haven't seen anybody take the otherwise indicate option, like stand up and turn around or something, but I think we'll go with just raising your hand when you vote. I'd like to start with invocation. Please join me if you care to. I'd like to start by saying I just got back home this past Saturday from a family vacation out in the Colorado Springs area. I was there with my parents and my two siblings and children and all their significant others. The first time all of us have been together in many, many years. And one of the places we visited was the Air Force Academy. And as people are wont to do, I went on the web to look up some facts about the Air Force Academy. I discovered that their famous cadet chapel was built in 1962, so it predates me a little bit. But also when I was looking, I discovered that the United States Air Force Chaplain Corps has a book of prayers. And I said, wow, I got to check that out because I have to give the invocation on Monday. So I checked out that website and they have 600 or 700 individual prayers and a few for meetings. And I thought I would co-opt one of their prayers this evening. So please join me if you care to. O Holy One, whom we call by different names because we are a diverse people, but who has called us to live together in community, respecting the uniqueness and gifts of each and every person. Grant your presence among us as we share in this occasion. Give us ears that hear one another, voices that speak the truth in love, and minds that make sense out of confusion or disorder, and hearts that seek to fulfill your purpose. Amen. All right, we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance as soon as we get our virtual flag up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Move on to agenda item number 4. Let's receive our COVID-19 update from Chief Rob Kinnenberg. Hello, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Unfortunately, we're back together again in this electronic format. As you mentioned earlier, this is because of COVID. It seemed like just 60 days ago, we were hoping to wrap things up, but things have gone in the opposite direction. Since July 4th, we have seen a dramatic rise in the 7-day average of cases per 100,000 and the positivity rate. Much has been talked about in the media about masking and masking requirements. We'll cover some of that. Hospital censuses have risen dramatically. In addition, for reasons other than COVID as well. So let me just start at the top. As of today's report, 121,330 cases in Mecklenburg, and we finally crossed or met the 1,000 death threshold that we were hoping to avoid. We've seen the new case average grow from 35 to 248 per 1,000, and the 7-day positivity average grow from 3.5 to 12.5%. We are experiencing substantial community spread. The interesting thing this time is it is not the elderly that are feeling the effects. it is those 25 to 50 years of age that are the predominant age group that's affected by COVID now. Just to give you some vaccination information, vaccination efforts had slowed to a crawl, but we've seen those start to pick back up as Delta gains notoriety. The health department reports that 54% of Mecklenburg County residents over the age of 12 are vaccinated partially and 50% fully vaccinated. Matthews has enjoyed a higher than average vaccination rate somewhere, and these are really broad, but between 48 and 85% of our population is vaccinated. We've also experienced a lower than average number of cumulative cases per 100,000. We continue to push vaccinations across the county. Minority populations and those under 50 are the primary targets. Many hospital systems are requiring vaccinations for their employees. Guidance on the COVID booster requirement still yet to come from the CDC. Many locations, including Matthews, are now requiring face coverings in public buildings. County emergency management efforts, including the policy group, have started back with regular briefings. Emergency management's focus had shifted to nuclear facility preparedness, training and drills, and to hurricane season, but now we're shifting back to COVID. Again, local hospitals are experiencing a general increase in activity before the recent surge. They're experiencing longer wait times and bed shortages, and all of the local hospitals are on diversion status, meaning patients can't necessarily go to the hospital of their choice. Medic has experienced a 30% increase in transports year over year and has stressed the importance of the first responder system with which we participate. Dr. Gibby Harris, the public health director, during the lull announced her intention to retire at the end of the year. And the county manager has already appointed Dr. Raynard Washington, who is currently the deputy health director, to be Gibby's successor effective January 1. So that concludes my report. I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
I do have a point of clarification. We are not requiring masks in public buildings. Town only steps we took were for our employees to mask up, encouraging masking in town facilities.
Have any questions for Chief Kinnenberg? You know, I normally wait to the end of the meeting to say this, but I'll say it now. You know, I try to stay abreast of the news, and just about every day now you hear, you know, deathbed confessions of people. Oh, I thought it was a hoax. I wish I would have gotten vaccinated. So a lot of people, unfortunately, become true believers when they're dying from COVID. So again, I would encourage anybody in Matthews and in Mecklenburg County that's not vaccinated to do so. It was a little disheartening during my trip to Colorado. There was a group of young men, probably in their early 20s, that were bragging how they were able to pretend like they had masks on, but they pulled them down as soon as they could and just put them on their chin. They thought that was a great idea to do on the plane, that they showed us by not wearing their masks. And that's, you know, really, I think, selfish tactic and endangers a lot of people. So if you don't want to do the vaccine for yourself, please do it for others. I had to take another family member to the hospital recently for some emergency treatment, and had an incredibly long wait, due largely, according to the nurses, because of COVID. So our hospitals are filling up. Let's take care of one another and do the right thing. Get the vaccine, wear a mask. If you refuse to be vaccinated, at least wear a mask. That would be appreciated. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Chief, I do have a question. Do you know the rate of hospitalization for people under 24, and how that compares to COVID pre-Delta variant?
I don't have that handy, but I can get it for you.
Do you know if there's an increase in positives in that age group?
That is the primary group. And again, it's like 24 to 50 is a rough age range that the county uses, but that is the predominant age group that's being affected by COVID right now.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I saw another statistic as well, you may be able to verify, but something like 95% of the folks that are getting the Delta variant are unvaccinated.
That's what the health department is reporting anecdotally. There have been quite a few cases of people who have been vaccinated who have come down with COVID symptoms, not severe enough for hospitalization, but they're affected nonetheless.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you, Chief. Town Manager, do we have any items to be added to the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
And Lori, do we have any public comment this evening?
No, sir.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 7, recess the regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews. This will require a roll call vote. Do we have a motion first?
So moved.
A motion from Commissioner McCool. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Whitley. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller. And I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. We now are in a public hearing meeting. We'll start with agenda item 7A, zoning application 2021-730 Williams Road subdivision. Before we do that, let me ask Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have a variety of public hearings this evening, so we'll hope to keep it exciting. We'll conclude that with some state mandated updates to the Unified Development Ordinance. Attending this evening from Planning Board, we have our Chair Mike Foster, Jonathan Clayton, Tom Dorsey, Jim Johnson, Carrie Lamson, Mike Rowan, and Sarah Walker. And if anybody else is in attendance that I didn't catch, I apologize, but that should be our Planning Board this evening.
Once again, I want to thank planning board members for their service to the town. So 7A, zoning application 2021-730 Williams Road subdivision. Mr. Will, are you going to start this one off?
He needs to be let into the room. Give him a minute. Somebody lock the door. Awesome.
Mayor, I liked your prayer a lot. That was nice.
I wish I had wrote it, but it was nice. Thank you. Rob?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the board. I have just a brief introduction on, and then I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Last month during the public hearing, the applicant presented for zoning petition 2021-730, Williams Road change in zoning from R15 to RVS, presented a plan with 12 single-family lots. A number of changes, there has been revisions to the site plan, including now only 10 lots, but there are other changes that the applicant would like to present to the board. At this time, staff has not had a chance to review the updated site plan, but it is, we did receive it on Friday, and I don't see too many changes that that need to be reviewed by staff. So if we could promote Tyler, I think he has a presentation to give for us this evening. There he is.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I do have a presentation. Sorry, it's my first Zoom meeting. Like as big as this one. Is it all right if I just share my screen here, or what's the best way to go about this?
Yeah, Sorry.
Let's,
Yes, go ahead.
All right, here we go. And are you guys seeing this all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'll keep it brief. Again, you guys remember last month, this is the site plan that we presented. It's got 12 lots, you'll see. Main thing being 3 in the back here. You'll also notice that the road extends all the way to the back property line. And then some as well, lot 1 here is pretty close to Williams Road. This, of course, is our proposed roadway. And then you'll see there's no plant back along that, what we call it Plan South, the southern part of the site there. So went back after we listened to everyone's feedback, the neighbors as well as the commissioners, and we've created this updated plan here. I'll zoom in a little bit. So you can see we've shortened the road about 120 feet. So it's shorter here, and there's only 2 lots in the back instead of 3. And then we've got 8 in this portion. So we went from 12 to 10 lots. This gives us a little more space per lot. These are considerably bigger in the back here. And we've also created this buffer here along Williams Road. I know that Commissioner Urban had mentioned that it was going to look not too attractive, coming off of Williams Road into the subdivision. So we've created this extra space here so it doesn't seem too crowded. Had added this plant back along Williams Road, and per Mr. Urban's request, we put our most attractive floor plan right here. It's got a wraparound porch. I'll bring that around later, but that's something that'll be most visible from Williams Road. So hopefully it increases the overall look of our subdivision. We've added this plant back buffer along the southern portion of the site, and that was to accommodate the neighbors here who have enjoyed this wooden portion. Obviously this is currently wooded. So we are going to do a plant back here so that there's some privacy created for the existing development as well as the proposed development. And you'll see that we also added this additional undisturbed tree canopy area. So I know, I don't know if Mr. Howell is present currently. I know he spoke at the last meeting. He lives right here, and he had spoken, arguing against developing this lot, but I thought he'd be excited to learn that he is going to have some wooded area left behind his home there. So that'll be a benefit for him. And let me make sure. Oh yeah, as well, I know some people had, some of the commissioners had mentioned that speeding might be an issue on the straight roadway, and we have added a speed bump right here. So we've shortened the road and added the speed bump, both of which should deter any speeding. And again, we've got, there's a T up here, so it's stop signs can't continue through this way, and it's a dead end on this side. So I don't think speeding should be too big of an issue. Let me go over my notes, make sure I haven't missed anything. One final thing is we did also consider an arched roadway, or altering it from how it is. But there's currently restrictive covenants on this lot. And Rob had mentioned speaking to the town attorney about seeing if we can get the restrictive covenants out. Maybe you can comment on that later. I don't know what the progress is on that. But we can't move the road this way anyways, because NCDOT said that we'd be too close to the entrance to this subdivision to the south there. So kind of leaving it right here for now. We'll go on to my next slide. Here are the updated elevations. So we've hired a local design professional to give us a unified aesthetic. I think they look much more attractive than they did, and I'm thankful to Mr. Urban as well for that. So he's given us a number of items to address, and I think we have gone over all these things. So that he recommended. So we went from having a large 2-car garage door to 2 separate single-car garage doors. And I do like the aesthetic a lot more. I wasn't sure how it was going to turn out, but and that's to avoid the snout house look there, which was a new term for me, but I think it was. I can't not see it now. Let's see what else. So yeah, they're a modern farmhouse look. Again, the materials will be cement siding, board and batten, as well as lap siding. And then it's hard to tell here, but like on these, this is actually painted brick. So we'll have brick and cement siding there. Let's see what else. Another thing, we've got the elevated porches to give a separation between the public and private space there coming in off the street. And this is our floor plan with the wraparound porch, which will be visible from Williams Road. So it should be hopefully interesting architectural detail visible from the street there. Here's what our entrance will look like as drawn up by our architect. And you can see it's got a buffer here, so it doesn't look too crowded. This is the undisturbed tree canopy area along this side. And you can see this here as well. And this is what our proposed plant back area will look like once it's matured a bit. Obviously, we can't plant trees that big, but to give you an idea, create a natural buffer between the proposed subdivision and the existing one. Here's a quick view of what the proposed development could look like from the street. Lots of happy people. And so as well, Donna Pointer, one of the neighbors, had brought up at the last hearing that there was drainage issues. And I thought it was interesting. She was the only person that mentioned the intense drainage issues. And I know she showed some photographs of her backyard flooded. So after the last meeting, I was walking the site. And so this right here is on our property, is the site that we're presenting. And I noticed it looks like Ms. Pointer's been using our site as a convenient trash pit for a little while with her tree clippings here. And this is actually a natural drainage area. You can see better on this picture. It comes between these two houses, flows out. So I rented a mini excavator at no cost to Ms. Pointer, and I cleared out these branches. So hopefully that does solve her issue. But if not, I do think the proposed draining plan will take care of the issue. This is a naturally low spot in the topography of the area, but we've got a drainage plan to take that away from her home and the existing homes. So that's just a side note there. So this is a tree swing that's in the back portion. And it's right behind Mr. Howell's property, but it is located on our site. But again, this will be a benefit to Mr. Howell. This tree swing can stay. It's going to be within the undisturbed tree canopy area that we've created, as long as he doesn't mind potentially some new neighbors sharing as well. But I did want to commend him. He did a good job here. It's got some nice joist hangers, and it's a well-built tree swing. So this is, overview of the subdivision. Again, in summary, we've gone from 12 lots to 10 lots, added this tree save area here, created a buffer along Williams Road, plant back along Williams Road and along the rear to benefit the neighbors behind us. And we've updated and kind of revamped our elevations here to create a more attractive product that's hopefully a benefit to the Matthews community. Are there any questions I might be able to answer?
I've got a question. I noticed, do you have your civil engineer here tonight?
I can call him. He was texting me and he said his internet's down and not working well. So if you'd like, I can give him a call. And if you have any questions for him, I know he's available. He's been texting me.
I think one of the major issues of this whole development, based on the neighbors' comments, was flooding in their backyards. And I just wondered what's been done to mitigate that the tree plant back area looks pretty
narrow. That's right. Yeah, so we don't have, I didn't include any of the drainage plans in this subdivision, in this presentation. I should have, but we've adjusted topography so that all of it comes down through here, as well as we've got bringing in storm drainage infrastructure to bring it over to the retention pond here and then redirect it out. But he's going to be able to answer that in better detail than I will. So I can try and give him a call real quick if you'd like. And I think.
Sure. While we're doing that, does anybody else have a comment or a question? And I'm not seeing everyone. So Commissioner Urban, go ahead, sir.
Just want to quickly thank Tyler and his group to come in, met with Commissioner Miller and myself. He's made improvements on a variety of things. I think that staff needs time to review this. They need to get the development notes cleaned up. They got to get the elevations as part of the package pulled together. So they need to work on that. But I think we left that meeting also with the understanding that I'd like to hear from the neighbors if this is moving in the right direction for them, if all the boxes are checked properly to make this a good project. And I think it's very important that Tyler continues to work with the neighbors and make sure that their concerns have been brought to the top as well. But I think this is much improved across the board. And let's just see what we begin to hear from both the neighbors and the planning board.
And thank you as well, Mr. Urban, for taking the time to meet with us. As I was saying, I didn't make it super clear after the first meeting. This is my first development project, first rezoning process. So learning every day more and more of what I need to deliver and what you guys are looking for. And we want to, of course, provide a quality product here for the town of Matthews. And so I do have the engineer on the line. Brian, would you mind saying something to see if that comes through the audio?
Yeah, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we can hear you. This is Mayor Higdon. I wondered if you could maybe give us a brief update on what you've done to mitigate the flooding concern that the neighbors have with regards to this new development.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been no major changes with the overall concept. So, I mean, all the proposed development will still route to the BMP, but also we're incorporating additional offsite flow into the BMP to help mitigate and slow down the water as the natural retention and basically the wooded area that the stormwater builds up in. We're incorporating that into the overall stormwater design, as well as analyzing the downstream pipe, basically outflow pipe, to obviously we don't want to cause anything. No development ever wants to cause anything downstream or upstream. So we're looking at both upstream and downstream from a standards of care, as well as in accordance with the ordinance. Everything will still route to the backyards, but we're also picking up a lot of the NCDOT drainage and actually routing it from the backyards around to the natural area. So a lot of that will still maintain and basically meet the existing condition that's happening today.
Commissioner Miller, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to compliment Tyler for being open-minded and accepting a lot of our suggestions. I'm pleased with the elevations as presented. And then I had a question for Rob. Rob, have you run the restrictive covenants by Charlie on the lot on top that's going to be undisturbed, whether the road could be curved or not?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I did run that by Charlie, and he said they are in effect. And I mean, the covenants are valid, and it is only, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, but it's basically the covenants restricted to single family dwelling on 1 acre lot or more. And so that would somewhat preclude putting the road there.
That's great. Yeah. So the site where we've got our development obviously does not have the same restrictive covenants. It's just this top portion that we've labeled Site B, Site A being the portion with the 10 homes. So yeah, and I spoke with a land use attorney that said that because only residential developments allowed, a public roadway wouldn't qualify. So we can't put the road on that. We do have plans though to put in a walking path, and I do think that's going to be a nice benefit for this community. I was actually kind of started thinking about, I was walking through there and thinking about what that might look like, and I think it's going to be a nice little natural area for these people to enjoy.
Thank you, Tyler.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, Tyler, what's the price range of these homes again?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So originally we were thinking low 400s, maybe 4 to 430. So I like to run the numbers conservatively. So it's probably still there. I saw a development though in Mint Hill, Meritage Homes, and they have a similar product, about 1,900 to 2,200 square feet, and they're selling their product for 450 to 480. So somewhere in that range is kind of what we're looking for here.
All right, thank you.
And I think I brought it up last week, but the average home price in Matthews currently is kind of in the mid 400s. So we're not far from that. We're not trying to do anything too crazy.
Any other questions or comments from the elected officials or anybody on the planning board? Not seeing any. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, go ahead, sir. You're muted, Mike.
There, clicked it 3 times, finally got it. Thank you. Question for Tyler. The area where you're going to be replanting some trees between your homes and the existing homes, are trees the only thing that you're going to be putting there? Is there any type of fencing or a berm, or is it all trees?
Yeah, so trees and shrubs, but we are limited by the size. So I mean, as you can see, it's not super long. This, I mean, the width here between the road and the edge of the backyard. So we don't really have enough space to add in a berm. That would be nice if we could, build up the earth and then plant on top of that. But I think it would create drainage issues as well, because it would kick the water back into the subdivision behind us. So to kind of bring the water down and out, we can't really do anything like that. So it is, proposing a natural barrier in the form of trees and shrubs.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Are the trees and shrubs you're going to plant going to be native species?
Yes, and I do know Matthews has an approved tree list. I've been looking over that, trying to decide what we'd like to do, but there will all be plants that are approved by the town of Matthews there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Urban?
This is for Rob. Rob, we were talking about an improvement variance because of the street/cul-de-sac depth. Is that still in play?
Yes, sir. Oh, great. Now I can see everybody. This is lovely. Yes, sir. That will be, I will be working with Tyler to get that to the planning board and in front of the Board of Commissioners in the, basically it'll be your next meeting, your next zoning meeting.
Okay. So then, but that has to be acted on first before any approval for this particular zoning case.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lori, do we have anybody from the public that signed up to comment on this hearing?
We do have 2 comments that I will read on behalf of those who weren't able to attend themselves tonight. The first is from Amy Hansen. And she says, as I will not be able to be on the Zoom this evening, I was hoping to enter my comments on the proposed subdivision on Williams Road. I did see that the plan has been amended, but I don't think that any of these address the major issues here. This strip of land, literally little more than a wooded buffer between 2 established neighborhoods, is basically a floodplain. It sits below both neighborhoods and our backyards drain into it. I have yet to see how they intend to deal with this issue. The clear cutting they'll have to do to accommodate these homes will only make it worse. And if they grade the land, our yards flood, which they currently do to some extent. I'm not opposed to new housing in Matthews. I'm not even generally opposed to having it in my backyard. What I am opposed to is a poorly planned, overpriced, this housing is not remotely affordable, project that is going to cause serious issues, not only for the existing homeowners, but for the unfortunate people who may eventually buy these homes. Also, although it may not be relevant to the specific criteria you can consider for objection, hundreds of trees will be taken down for this project. Those trees are a sound and pollution barrier, as well as being home to a thriving wildlife population. Great horned owls, hawks, deer, and rabbits all call that area home. We are supposed to be a tree city, and I hate to see more go needlessly. That was from Amy Hansen on Williams Station Road. The next comment is from Michael Miller, and Mr. Miller submitted a very, very detailed letter in opposition to this request. He is a professional engineer, and his letter includes some very detailed questions and comments about stormwater issues, as well as some other items, as well as many photos. So rather than reading this all tonight, I'm going to send this out to everyone so you can read it, and it will also be included, as all the other comments will, in the permanent record. That's all that I have for you right now.
Okay, thank you. Last call for any questions or comments from elected officials or planning board. Okay, seeing none. The public will have 24 hours to submit additional comments or questions by email to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or by phone at 704-708-1222. Again, that's matthews@matthewsnc.gov or 704-708-1222. This application will be heard by the planning board at their August 24th meeting and come back to the Board of Commissioners on September 13th. All right, thank you, Mr. Monday.
Thank you. And I did have some technical difficulties and I was out for a second. It didn't sound like I missed much. I don't know, but if I didn't respond to a question, that was why. Sorry about that.
You're good. All right. Let's move on to the next zoning application, 2021-732 Inner Peaks, to change the zoning classification from B1 SCD to B3 CD on that certain property designated as 10715 Independence Point Parkway, and further being designated as tax parcel 193-29303 to allow indoor recreational use. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. This is a change in zoning, as the mayor said, from B1 SCD to B3 CD at the Inner Peaks location, which is 10715 Independence Point Parkway. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to give my presentation. All right, this is the location of Inner Peaks, the corner of Independence Point Parkway and Four Lakes. The owners and the applicant are Inner Peaks LLC. The applicant proposes to change the existing zoning of the property from B1 SCD shopping center to B3 CD for the purpose of allowing indoor recreational uses in the existing building, currently a legal non-conforming use, and allowing for future renovations and a height increase as permitted. This is an aerial. As you can see, it's in an area that's surrounded by commercial and office development. And this is the street view. This is an older street view. Previously, the building was occupied by an indoor batting cage, an indoor batting cages. I think it was called Grand Slam. And so this is the old Grand Slam signage. Property is built and used as an indoor climbing gym at this time. It's 3.3 acres in size. As I mentioned, it's in the corner of Independence Point Parkway and Four Lakes Drive. Previously, the building was used as an indoor batting facility. And you may recall the board approved the addition of indoor recreation uses not otherwise listed as a permitted use in the B3 zoning district in their May meeting, which will allow Inner Peaks as a conforming use in their proposed zoning district of B3. No proposed change in the footprint of the building is considered at this time. They are looking to increase a rear portion of the building to allow for a higher climbing experience in the future. The B3 zoning would allow them that increase in height that they would need. Land use plan does not make specific recommendation of this site, but does recommend that legal non-conforming uses be made conforming. It's generally consistent with the land use plan. And some of the action items that are relevant are to pursue creative reuse and indoor subdivision of big box retail, and locate non-residential mixed uses along major and minor thoroughfares, which Independence Parkway is. At this time, staff had no comments or concerns about the proposed rezoning. And let me stop sharing my screen for everyone. So basically, it's a change from B1 SCD to B3. for the purpose of becoming a non-legal, changing a legal non-conforming use to a conforming use so that they may expand in the future. I'd be happy to take any questions. The applicant is here as well with a presentation, but happy to take questions from the board at this time.
Any questions for Rob? All right, not seeing any. The applicant has a presentation as well.
Yes, sir. Mayor Higdon, if it's all right with everyone, I will share my screen. My name is Brittany Lenz. I'm with the law firm of Alexander Ricks, and I'm here representing Inner Peaks tonight. If everyone can see my screen, I think I'm sharing the wrong one. Give me 1 second. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so as I was saying tonight, I'm representing Inner Peaks. I might be familiar to you from a few months ago. As Rob said, back in the May meeting, I was in front of you for Inner Peaks for the text amendment. So we are now back in front of you for the second step of this process to bring Inner Peaks into legal conformity and also add this indoor climbing wall. So I'll provide just a little color. Rob did a great job giving the overview and what this request is. So I'll kind of skip through some of that. With me tonight, I have Doug Cosby, who is the owner and operator of Inner Peaks. So he's here to help answer any questions you have as well. Rob already oriented you to the site. This is the property location, Independence Point Parkway. And here, excuse me, here is the updated elevation. You can see it is now an orange building. It's no longer the white building that was the Grand Slam. And this is what the inside looks like. If you're not familiar with Inner Peaks, it is indoor climbing walls. They're there for fitness and recreation purposes. I think they do birthdays, all sorts of stuff, but they're pretty cool if you ever want to check them out. So what got us here, and this is just a quick kind of recap of what Rob was saying. It's currently zoned B1 SCD, which is a shopping center district. Originally, that district did allow indoor commercial recreation uses not otherwise listed, which is the same category that an indoor climbing wall would be considered. The UDO was later changed, and that use was no longer permitted. So it's considered a legal non-conforming use since it was there before the ordinance change. So it can continue operating as is, but when Doug and the Inner Peaks team came to us, they weren't allowed to expand or renovate or really make any changes to the building. Otherwise, they might lose that legal non-conforming status. So they came to us wanting to bring the site into compliance, which, as Rob said, is a goal of the city staff as well. And then around that same time, probably about 2 years ago now, sports climbing had become a popular sport, and it is now part of the Olympics. It had its debut just last week, sports climbing at the Tokyo Olympics. And part of that is a special wall that is a 15-meter wall that you race up under a certain amount of time, certain amount of designation. Doug could definitely tell you a lot more about the actual sport itself, but my only understanding of it is it requires about a 49-foot wall. The current building is only about 40 feet tall, so there's no way to put that competitive climbing wall in there. And that's something that Doug and the Inner Peaks team would love to be able to accommodate. They'd love to foster in some future Olympians. So as part of their rehabilitation of the site and bringing it into conformance, this kind of where the request landed. So as we've been saying, we started with that text amendment. We had to find a category that had the requisite height that they needed for a climbing wall. That was the B3 district. You all approved that a few months ago. So now we're here back in front of you for the site-specific portion to bring the Inner Peaks existing facility into the B3 zoning district with a site-specific plan to give you guys some more assurance. So B3 allows those indoor recreation uses, and the B3 district allows height. It's up to 50 feet, and then I believe you can go up additionally as you move back from the setback. So we aren't requesting any height more than what the B3 district already allows. Our rezoning proposal, we are keeping the existing building, so that orange and gray building would remain. It has its existing footprint. I think there might be some options to have minor expansions under 1,000 square feet or something for some storage buildings or other thing, but keeping the building in place. We're not planning on demolishing any of it or making any substantial expansions. And then that area that you see in light blue with the dotted line around it is the only area proposed for a height expansion. So even though the B3 district would allow heights up to 50 feet and more, We are only proposing a small portion of that building be in that height up to the B3 standards. The rest of the height would remain at 40 feet as a maximum, so the existing building height. So like I said, it brings the site and the use into current ordinance conformance, and it allows this expansion for the purpose of that sports wall. This helps give you kind of orientation of where that expansion area is proposed. You'll see it's in the back of the building. So not up really against any other buildings. It's not going to tower over anything. It's not really obtrusive over anything in that general commercial area. And then this is just for reference. The top left picture is the existing facility. And what you'll see in the bottom renderings is you'll see a little gray box popped up, and that is the area for the expanded height. So you'll see the entrance point, and the majority of the building is kept as is. And then there's a little area with a pop-up with windows. At this time, I will pause and see if Doug with Interpeaks has anything to add or anything to correct me on. And if not, I'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Brittany, you did great. I just want to thank everybody for their time and consideration. And if anyone wants to talk about rock climbing, fire away.
And I believe the U.S. won a silver medal. Is that right? In sports climbing, the men won a silver. Could have been a gold if we had the Interpeaks facility.
The men did win a silver, and one of our directors was that athlete's first ever coach when he was 8 years old in Salt Lake City. So we have a nice tie-in to that. But yeah, pretty exciting. So we've got 3 years now until Paris. Hopefully the pandemic will be over and we can actually really participate.
Ms. Lenz, can you stop sharing your screen so I can see everyone?
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner McCool?
Is it typical for facilities like this to use an existing building and put up this gray box, if you will, or are these usually pre-built out?
There are more facilities that are custom built or purpose built buildings, but you see this a lot. We did this in South End on South Tryon. We bought a building that was almost identical in size, slightly shorter interior ceilings, and then basically we cut a portion of the building out and drop a prefabricated metal building into it, and then deal with some facade issues, and you've got the height that you need. So that's becoming really common. And this building is perfect for that. So we were really excited when we found it.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Doug, when you mentioned you drop a metal building into it, it caused a question to come up. What will the exterior look like? It won't be a pole barn or anything, will it?
No. Brittany, do we have access to the photos of the South End building?
I can pull some up if you give me a minute.
Okay, I'll stall until then.
I can at least do a street view. I don't know if I have any other ones, but
Yeah. The building that we bought in South End, I don't know if you've been in South End recently. The building we bought in South End was probably the ugliest building that pre-existed in South End. There were some pretty hideous buildings there. And with some creative use, by taking the pop-up or the extended height and setting it back, it created some real architectural interest. We did a very simple facade that created some more depth to it. And then really with use of color was the big change. So, Brittany's got an image of it. And our proposal now, so this is the South End building. And you can see the extended height, that's set back about 30 feet from the front edge of the building. So it creates some depth. In this case, we added the facade with the Interpeaks sign, but the Grand Slam building has a really nice curved canopy entrance already, which broke the building up and created some space. So that's the general look that we're going for. Although this building in Matthews is going to be, I think, a better looking building even than that. And we're really happy with that South End building.
Any other questions from the elected officials or the planning board?
Mayor?
Seeing any, Lori, do we have anybody lined up? Sure, go ahead, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I guess this is just the public hearing, but when you come back next time or before you make a formal presentation, we'll want to see some elevations with what type of textures or colors that it's going to be. I have no problem with the height and in that location, no problem at all. We just want to make sure it's aesthetically pleasing to the eye and attractive.
Okay.
Understood. Thank you for that. I think part of it is, which comes first, the cart or the horse. Doug first needs to know that, this is feasible and possible before he spends a lot of money on architects. And COVID and everything else times, it's a little difficult to spend too much money on architecture too soon. But certainly understand, and we'll work on that for you, Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Very good.
There were no public comments.
Does anybody know? No public comment, okay. Well, again, like at our last hearing, the public also has 24 hours to submit comments by email to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or phone them in at 704-708-1222. This application will be heard by the planning board at their August 24th meeting and returned to the Board of Commissioners on September 13th. Thank you, Ms. Lenz and Doug. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Move on to item 7C, zoning application 2021-736. To amend the existing text of the UDO to allow distilling as a permitted use within the prescribed conditions in the B1 zoning district, to limit the gross floor area to less than 3,000 square feet and to allow distilling within 50 feet from any dwelling unit in existence at the time the building permit is issued. Mr. Will, you're up again.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. As the mayor mentioned, this is zoning motion 2021-736. Text amendment to allow distilling or manufacture of alcohol and alcoholic beverages as a permitted use with prescribed conditions in the B1 zoning district, and to reduce the minimum separation from any dwelling unit from 500 feet to 50 feet. The applicant is Oak Lord Distilling Company, and they are requesting to allow distilleries in the B1 zoning district under certain prescribed conditions. Currently, they are only permitted in the I1 and I2 industrial zoning districts. These conditions exist in the current UDO and include limitation on gross floor area of the manufacturing facilities, distance separating the facility from any dwelling unit, and restrictions on noxious smells or fumes. Additionally, the applicant is requesting a reduction in the separation distance from any dwelling unit from the existing requirement, which is 500 feet, to a distance of 50 feet. I will go ahead and share my screen to show everyone the proposed text change, and we'll kind of walk through those. Okay, so again, the existing language, the distilling of alcohol and alcoholic beverages in the I1 district shall not exceed 3,000 square feet gross floor area. Anything over that is only permitted in the I2 zoning district, which is our heavy industrial zoning district. They are the applicant is looking to add distilling of alcohol and alcoholic beverages in the B1 zoning district as well as I1 zoning district under prescribed conditions. The second proposed change is any distilling or manufacturing of alcohol or alcoholic beverages shall be separated by a minimum of 500 feet from any dwelling unit in existence at the time the manufacturing receives any related building permit. The applicant has requested a reduction of the 500 feet to 50 feet. At this time, we are only considering the text amendment. However, it does tie in with the next zoning application, which will be for a location for the distillery. But at this time, we're only dealing with the proposed changes of the text, and I can bring that back up if you need me to at any time. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Rob, for you or the applicant, what specifically is going to be distilled on this site? What type of alcohol?
That's a good question. I think we'll have to have the applicant answer that. As to exactly what sort of product they're working with.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Colin McGrath. I'm a land use and zoning attorney with Pointer Sproul. We can certainly answer that, but that's going to be Matt Simpkins, who is one of the founders of Oaklore.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Love seeing all the guitars in the background, and really super fun to hear about Inter Peaks possibly growing. I'm a member there. I've been a member there for, I think, 3, almost going on 4 years now. So exciting stuff happening in Matthews. We will distill a number of different kinds of spirits there, from moonshine and whiskey, vodka, gin, and rum. However, it's really probably important for us to note that this is really more of a micro distillery than what you're probably used to in the large distilling operations. So that's just a distinction to sort of help with, but that hopefully answers that question. Commissioner, I can't see everybody need more to know who asked that question.
I actually asked that. This is the mayor. I have another follow-up question that concerns me, and that's most distilleries I've been around, and of course they are much larger. I've never been to a micro distillery, I guess, but there's a very strong odor, particularly with whiskey. I mean, you can smell a whiskey distillery for miles around. In some cases, some of the large commercial distilleries. So, what are you going to do to mitigate the odors that may come from the process?
Well, first off, we were talking about a major volume difference, Mayor. You know, what we're going to be able to do on our site is, I mean, it's going to pale in comparison to, you know, I mean, what you're talking about is like when you roll up to Buffalo Trace, or, you know, in the same way you might roll up to Sierra Nevada, you know, and smell some of the grain in the air, or some of the spent grain as it's being released from that manufacturing facility. We're going to appear more like Seaboard. You know, we're more like a microbrewery where you're not going to smell anything. If you're inside, you might smell a little bit of that, you know, distillate, some of that grain. Probably smell a lot like bread when you're inside the facility. But honestly, it's not. You're likely going to smell more from the street and the cars driving by if you're outside, even just walking into our micro distillery.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Commissioner Miller?
Thank you. Matt, would you have a commercial exhaust fan system with filters then, or what type of ventilation is inside? I mean, if I cook tomato sauce, my neighbor can't smell it, right? Whether it's 3 or 5 gallons, but will there be an exhaust system, or how does that handle?
I don't know if Tom is on the call. I think he's on the call, but I don't know if he's gotten I don't know if he's able to speak. Tom might be able to speak to that a little bit more. He's really our master distiller.
Okay.
Design.
It's going to be a concern,
pop up, but
just like the mayor said.
The answer to your question is, yeah, Commissioner, that's helpful. You know, there is already code and ordinance and federal laws that require how that's all handled, and so we'll have to do all of those things to make sure that we're safe, and you know, the smells and stuff aren't going out again. It's not, you know, don't think large production facility, think more these guys are baking jams and jellies. It's really more like that than it is more like a major manufacturing facility. But Tom is the co-founder with me here, and maybe Tom can speak to that, or any of the other questions you have specifically about the production.
Thank you.
Yeah, hey everybody. Yeah, micro distillery is treated very much similarly to a brew pub, to a micro brew pub, very similar to Seaboard. So for the same kind of exhaust mitigation and fume mitigation that Seaboard would have is kind of the same thing we would have. And what that really is just ventilation and fans. Because like Matt said, this is a micro distillery. Micro distillery is defined by less than 3,000 square feet. That gives us the opportunity to produce a small amount, and that small amount really is on board with small local breweries, very, very similar.
Thank you.
Mr. Urban.
Yeah, I'm surprised Charlie hasn't cut us off yet. We need to be speaking to this globally. This is a text amendment, and we seem to be diving into the weeds of the specific distiller. So, Rob, to you, I'd like to have an understanding, and you probably won't be able to do it tonight, understanding of this text amendment affecting B1, where all the B1s are and what's around those B1s, and how fine-tuned are these prescribed conditions that subject property B comes along and builds within 50 feet of somebody else, and to the mayor's point, gives off something that's very odorous and isn't quite doing the same thing as Matt or Tom are doing. So I know you probably don't have it this evening, but I'm sure there's other conditions that we need to be looking at, and hopefully maybe you could pull a map together or get it to us as this moves through to the planning board.
Yeah, that's a great point, Commissioner Urban. Yeah, we can definitely do that. We can put together a B1 zoning map with buffers to identify where those areas are in town, and have that sent out to the board and ready for the planning board.
Thank you, Rob.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the elected officials or the planning board?
I have a question, Mayor. And this is, I don't know who could answer this, but as far as noise is concerned, generally speaking, is there any data on noise pollution that would come from an industry such as micro distilleries?
Yeah, would you like me to speak to that?
Yes, I would.
Sure. We're very familiar with this industry. It's kind of an up and coming industry. It's really sort of new, and that's why we're having to sort of look at some of the way this language works. There's very little noise that is produced by micro distillery, and we had that question come up and answered, I think, in a document that I would assume that you all have. Rob, did they have that where we kind of spoke to that? Is that accurate?
Yeah, Matt, we're going to be actually talking about those items in the rezoning, in the change of zoning conditions case. Yes.
I guess I'm speaking more broadly than to this specific project. So how are we defining micro distilleries, or I hear them compared to micro breweries, and a lot of times there's tasting rooms and a social aspect to it. So are we defining a micro distillery in the same way?
Commissioner Garner, if I can, on behalf of the applicant, our position on defining micro distillery here is already in the town's UDO when it makes a distinction between facilities with 3,000 or less square feet and those with higher square footage. There are terms of art here that might say one thing's a micro distillery or a craft distillery versus another, but for purposes of the UDO and the amendments to the town's development regulations, our position is that a micro distillery here is one that falls within that 3,000 square feet or less category.
Thank you. I guess for more in layman's terms, maybe Rob or Jay can answer, what acceptable uses would be included in this.
Yeah, sure. So as Colin mentioned, in our UDO, it's 3,000 square feet or less. We treat distilleries, we treat the distilling of alcohol a little separately than brew pubs, even though they're very similar in use. Brew pubs do not have this, for example, brew pubs do not have the separation distance that the distillery has. Additionally, brew pubs are allowed in different zoning districts. It includes B1, but so we have some subtle differences between what when we talk about brew pubs or microbreweries and the distilling of alcohol under 3,000 square feet.
Got a question for you, Rob, or possibly Jay or the town manager. What rules do we currently have on the books in Matthews regarding odor or noxious fumes, or maybe to some sweet smelling fumes? But what, do we have anything on the books regarding?
Well, well, in terms of distilling alcohol, it is something that is specifically stated in what's currently in the UDO. Is you can't have anything smelling in the public right of way. So if you can smell it from the public right of way, it's not allowed. Thank you, Jay.
No problem.
All right. Can you, there you go. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none.
Mayor, there's a question from Carrie Lamson of the Planning Board.
I'm sorry, Carrie, go ahead. Mr. Lamson.
Can you hear me okay, Rob?
Yes.
Rob, just a general comment or question when it does come to us at the planning board. Two questions that I have is, number one, as a distiller, they're not able to do retail sales like a brew pub might be. So I don't know that we have the specific languages in what is currently in I-1 to be relevant. And we might want to simply review that where, again, because of, ABC laws, I don't believe these as a microbrewery or a brew pub might. And I just want to make sure that language that we review is specific enough to protect them and the town if this is something that we agree to include in the B3 district. Okay. And then the second is, if you can help me understand the dramatic difference when we talk at the planning board between 500 feet and 50 feet, and why that's a requirement in a general rule for B3 assignment. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. And we are looking to, instead of B3, this is the B1 zoning district. So it's a neighborhood business. And the difference between 500 and 50 is, well, a lot of our B1 and other areas that the distillery might want to be placed is just in close proximity to residential dwellings. So that's the main reason for that request for reduction.
Can I add something? Is that all right? Is that all right, Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
In our earlier conversations, the big difference, Carrie, is that the 500-foot designation was because it was thought of like the larger industrial distilleries. So you don't want a large industrial plant right next to a neighborhood. And the distinction is this is not that. And so we want to be able to be closer to other businesses and residences because people will enjoy walking to and from this in the town of Matthews.
Again, I simply want us to look at it from that perspective, that if 50 feet is an allowable distance for other types of businesses like this, regardless of the fact that you were coming from the industrial sector or not, let's just make sure that we're not creating a subcategory just for micro distillers. If there's 50 feet is normal, great. I just want to make sure we have some clarity on where that exists when we come and talk about it at the planning board. And that, yes, there are several examples already in B1 of businesses such as that, yes, their 50 feet is the normal distance that we're requiring. So thank you. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Kerry. You know, I was concerned that Rob was going to say the distance between 550 was 450. It's good. Okay, I'd like to remind once again, the public has 24 hours to submit additional comments by email to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or by calling 704-708-1222.
Mayor, I do have a written comment to read for the record.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is from Missy Banks, and she writes, I am Missy Banks, resident of the downtown Matthews footprint, and I'm in favor of changing the requirement of a distillery to be 50 feet from a residence rather than the current 500-foot requirement. I first learned about the micro distillery, hoping to come to Matthews by reading the zoning requests. The concept sounded exciting, and I actually sought out the owners to find out what they were planning. Upon finding out more, I was surprised to see the current 500-foot requirement for a distillery, yet zero for a brew pub, commonly referred to as a brewery or bar. Also, in speaking to Mr. Simpkins, it became obvious that this distillery would be a micro, where most product is brought on site, more like a bar or brewery in nature, not a large-scale alcohol producer. We are very active supporting the local establishments and are hoping Matthews continues on its trajectory of encouraging businesses and establishments that bring people to downtown. We speak to many of the local business owners, particularly restaurants and bar owners, and they, like me, believe that the more that comes to the area, the better it is for all businesses. We spend a great deal of time on the streets of downtown and see how close many residents are to commercial and industrial buildings. I'm not sure if this is unique to Matthews or most downtowns, but it is not uncommon for a resident to be next door to a commercial building in the downtown area. This makes the use of many suitable buildings and land have limits on their uses with the 500-foot requirements. I respectfully request that you change requirements from 500 to 50 feet. Even at 50 feet, the requirement is more restrictive than that for a brewery or bar. Thank you for your support in encouraging businesses that attract visitors and patrons to our downtown area. Their success will benefit all residents. That's it.
Thank you. Only one comment?
For this item, yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, others that have comments can submit them within 24 hours to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or phone 704-708-1222. This application will be heard by the planning board on August 24th. It'll be a busy night for them. Come back to the Board of Commissioners on September 13th. We'll move on to the next related zoning application, 7D 2021-735. Again, Oaklord Distilling to change the conditions in the existing P1 CD district located at 11136 Monroe Road and further designated as tax parcel 213-01205, seeking to add distilling as a permitted use under the existing conditions. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have a brief presentation. There it is. As the mayor mentioned, this is application 2021-735, change in zoning conditions. The location of this change in conditions is 11136 Monroe Road, right at the corner of Monroe Road and Highway 51. The ownership is currently Camps LLC. The applicant is Oaklord Distilling. They're not looking for a change of zoning, so it'll stay B1. It's just the applicant proposes to change the conditions of existing zoning to allow a distillery of less than 3,000 gross square feet. Here is an aerial photograph My star is right on top of the building. I should have moved it a little bit so you can see. But in this next street view, this is the existing site currently occupied by Camps construction offices. This is looking from Monroe Road. It's currently used as construction office. It's half an acre in size, located at the corner of Matthews Township Parkway and Monroe Road. It's surrounded by other businesses and shopping centers, and there is a residential unit within 500 feet. It is actually in the back portion of this parcel right here, where my cursor is. In 2010, the board changed the conditions of this site to allow for the construction office. Previously, the property was used as a landscaping company. No proposed change in the footprint of the building. They're just looking to add distilling or manufacture of alcohol and alcoholic beverages as a permitted use to the existing conditional zoning. There's about 10 parking spaces provided, and it is located in the special highway overlay district. So landscaping along Highway 51 must remain. They have proposed some conditions. This is some conditional language for to add to the rezoning or to add to the change of conditions. So for any tasting area, patio, retail space, or other area open to the public as a part of the facility's routine business operations, one parking space shall be provided for every 250 square feet of such area. And that's the standard that we use for just our general retail in the UDO. For the remainder of the distillery or facility, one parking space shall be provided for 1.5 employees on the shift of greatest employment. Again, that is something that is sort of our general light industrial standard in the UDO. Parking plan shall be submitted to the department, demonstrating compliance with all applicable UDO requirements, and landscaping shall be installed and maintained in accordance with the existing site plan, unless otherwise approved by the planning director. Next is everyone's favorite. Land use plan does not specifically make a recommendation for this site, but it does recommend the reuse of existing commercial buildings. It's generally consistent. And I'm just going to skip right ahead to staff comments and outstanding issues. And the applicant has addressed these questions, but I wanted to bring them up to the board because they were relevant, and we've somewhat talked about them already. But we would need to know the tasting area and patio area to calculate existing parking requirements, which is part of the conditional notes that they are suggesting. What will be the impact of fumes, noise, and other environmental impacts on the site? And how will waste generated from the business be handled? Also, sort of a catch-all note that any dead landscaping shown on the existing plan must be replaced. Public Works noticed that the parking spaces are undersized, and would it be possible to remove some of the parallel spaces to make room for maneuvering? I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And Colin, Matt, Tom, do you guys have a presentation for this one? I can't remember.
Yes, Rob, I do. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, I just couldn't remember if yeah, this is my fourth agenda item. I'm starting to lose it. Anyway, so I'll be happy to take any comments, questions from the board at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I would like to add that to Rob's presentation that there is another residential lot adjacent to that lot. It's the duplex up on the hill. And I believe it's empty right now, but there is that duplex that should be also taken into consideration.
Commissioner Urban?
Rob, did you relay to the applicant the proposed 51 improvements? I know that it's been put on the back burner a little bit, but it has a significant impact on that intersection.
Yeah, we have not talked about the proposed impact, but they are just planning on using the existing building.
Mr. Simpkins and I spoke about that in a separate conversation about the widening, so they are aware of it. Sorry, Rob.
Commissioner Miller?
I have 3 questions. My second question was just asked by Commissioner Urban. Are they buying or renting the building is my first question.
That would be a question for the applicant. Is my understanding the property is for sale.
All right, so if they're going to buy it, then they need to know about the widening and the turn lanes may affect their business. And my third comment would be if the tasting involves the patio, I feel that a fence would be appropriate so people driving by wouldn't see the party outdoors. Just my comment, that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Miller. We are under contract to purchase the building, so we do plan to own it. We are aware of the potential expansion of the road and what that ultimately means for us. We're also aware that the timing on that is up in the air, it sounds like, when that might actually happen. It could happen tomorrow, it could happen in 10 years or never. And then the third thing is we are certainly happy to consider something along those lines in terms of helping to buffer that area, provided it fits within the standards set forth by the town of Matthews. So happy to look into that if that's helpful, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I just offer up a comment. If there was a over under on how many of us will be alive when that road is expanded, I think it's going to be quite a long time, probably far longer than 10 years, I predict. But in any event, I'm glad that you're aware of that. I do have a question about what is the North Carolina law? What physically are you able to sell in this location? Can you sell fifths of liquor? Does that have to get through ABC, or what are the rules concerning that?
Sure. We have a fantastic lawyer on the line. Colin, feel free to speak up if you'd like to. But North Carolina just changed their laws to open that up a couple of years ago. And it used to be that you could sell one bottle to one person per year, and you had to log it. And that's the way the whole thing worked. Now it is much more open. Where a distillery can sell direct to the customer and whatever volume that customer would like to have, provided it's underneath a particular limit, so they're not trying to wholesale or something like that. And there are all these different intricacies with it, and all the taxes are paid out through that. So it's an exciting time and a really sort of a changing world and a budding industry that we're excited that Town of Matthews could have in it. So yeah, we're really excited.
Another question is, so will your facility be like a bar? You'll be able to, or is it just tasting and purchasing? Or?
I don't know if any of you guys have ever been through like Gatlinburg. There's a small distillery there called King's Distillery. It's kind of just off the highway, a little parking lot in front, and you walk in and it's kind of a bottle shop. I kind of mentioned earlier, it's almost like we're selling jams and jellies. So you'll have some things up on the shelves. If folks want, they can try a few things to see what they would like. They would buy bottles there and then head on. The North Carolina law also allows for us to make a drink out of those things. So it could operate in that way. That's not our primary objective. The staffing for that is significant, and we've got limited space to deal with, and so the main thing that we'll be doing is operating as a bottle shop. You'll come in, you'll check out our jams and jellies, and hopefully you'll leave with a handful.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Mr. McGrath, did you want to have a presentation?
Sure. Just briefly, because I know that we've hit a lot of these topics. There are a couple of things that I wanted to hit now that my screen is sharing. To follow up on a couple of the questions, Matt is correct in the loosening of North Carolina's ABC laws and regulations. That is in part, at least in our view, based on the proliferation of these micro distilleries. And it really is becoming a little bit closer to the way that craft beer is treated. So, that's really what we're looking for in connection with this rezoning as well as the text change. I am just going to kind of hustle through some of these. Appreciate Rob's good work on this. And really what I'd like to do is first just note that we are within this small area plan, Monroe Road, the focus on revitalizing this section of Matthews, and not just revitalizing it, but revitalizing it with a view towards preserving some degree of light industry. So, with the micro distillery, there is obviously the tasting room use that Matt just referenced is more akin to a bottle shop. But then there is the very real, work of distilling. So we've got a bit of a hybrid use that seems particularly suited for this Monroe Road small area. As Rob said, this is the site plan from 2010, showing a proposed 2,200 foot expansion in addition to the 800 square feet. With one exception, the current plans would not change anything on this site plan. The one exception, of course, is one of the issues that Rob and staff raised regarding parking. Because the micro distillery does have those hybrid components where there's a little bit of distilling coupled with a little bit of customer patron facing, our parking requirements are similarly a hybrid. And those are the requirements that Rob discussed earlier that we've proposed this way. We've proposed this in terms of a condition rather than a redrawn parking lot at the zoning condition stage for a couple of reasons that I just wanted to spend a minute explaining. The distillery and the tasting area, based on their size, that size that's capped by the proposed text change, will have fairly minimal parking requirements. I think based on an estimate currently of 2 employees at the shift of greatest employment and an estimate of less than 700 square feet for the tasting area patio space, we're looking at about 5 spaces. We're confident enough with the site plan that exists and that's been approved that, at a certain point, it doesn't make sense to go any lower than that number of parking spaces. So in our view, as the tasting area, the retail area, the portion of the use that really drives the potential for increased parking requirements, as that increases, as plans are finalized, we view as this condition as giving the town a little bit more comfort, knowing that the site will be adequately parked at the end of the day. The final condition was one that was added in response to staff comments just over the passage of time since that previous plan was approved. Some of that landscaping that was shown is, no longer with us, unfortunately. This is just a memorializing our commitment to put that back. And the final issues that were raised in the staff comments are the operational issues. They're the ones that we've spoken a little bit about in connection with the text amendment. I do want to stress, though, that as far as at least noise and odor, which sound to me to be two of the issues on the board's mind and the planning board's mind. Both of those issues are covered elsewhere in the town of Matthews. Rob pointed to the restriction on odor. Basically, in a facility like this, your smell can't leave the site. If it does, that's a violation. That's a zoning violation. That's the same way as, if we tried to put a condition on that, I wouldn't write it any differently than the code reads. And as far as noise go, the code, the UDO section 155.506.45, it does note that microbreweries and brew pubs have to comply with the town noise ordinance. It doesn't specifically list micro distilleries, but just so the board is aware that we're not trying to skate by on anything. We're clearly in a position that we will have to comply with the noise ordinance. So, if there are other issues like that, that the board feels a little more comfortable having put in zoning condition language, we're happy to consider that. We're happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Commissioner Miller. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry. Will there be any commercial type deliveries, pallets of grain or any large trucks expected to back in or pull in and get out?
So we had this discussion prior to our community meeting, which I did want to note that we did hold that meeting. That no one attended. But we did discuss, Matt and myself, deliveries of raw materials and then any finished product that leaves. And we can't necessarily control the trucks that come in. If they send an 18-wheeler versus a box truck, that's not something we can control, the supplier. But the quantity of goods being purchased for this micro distillery and the quantity of finished product leaving the site is more conducive to van type deliveries. This is not a situation that we expect 2 or 3 18-wheelers a week visiting. Matt, is that roughly?
Yeah, you're talking about a much smaller delivery system than you would have. I mean, it's much more akin to, I keep bringing up like jams and jellies. I don't know why that's on my head tonight, but it really is. You're thinking about like boxes of fruit. We don't have the storage space, Commissioner Miller, to take on massive deliveries anyway. We don't have the production facility size to process massive deliveries, and we simply couldn't do that. I can't imagine something larger than a 10 12 foot box truck delivering stuff to us, and deliveries that we've received in the past or seen with our partners that do this around the Southeast. I don't think I've ever seen an 18-wheeler pull up for any delivery that they would have.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, great question though.
Commissioner McCool.
I just wanted to clarify something. Will customers who come in to purchase, will there be like seats for them to sit down and taste it, or is this purely a transactional? They're going to walk up to a counter, taste whiskey, rum, whatever, and then buy it and then leave, or they're going to be tables set up?
Tom, could you speak to that a little bit? Tom is our resident master distiller, designer, chemist extraordinaire, and also fantastic at helping us to think through these things. Tom?
Yeah, there will be a few chairs and tables, and we will have that outdoor space. So we do hope that some people want to stay for a little bit, but again, the seating space is limited. But we will have a few chairs inside, and we will have that outdoor space in the back.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
How are the spent grains and fruits handled?
Spent grains are recycled. Spent grains, the liquid from the spent grains is reused back into the process, and then the spent grains is shipped out to farmers and people that use it to feed cattle and fertilize their fields.
How is it stored before it's shipped back out? I guess was more specifically.
It's stored in totes. So we would have plastic drums, probably 40, 50 gallon size drums.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments from the elected officials? Commissioner Urban?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll take the proverbial half step back. We know who indicated that years ago. And I guess I do have some concerns about in the small area plan. This is a gateway to downtown. We heard someone talk on a public comment about they were really enthusiastic about this project because it was related to downtown. Well, that's not downtown. And so I guess my biggest concern is why that location versus being in downtown, being a retailer that can be connected with the other establishments with pedestrians walking from business to business. It's a horrible intersection. It's a horrible, I mean, that's Camps Construction's main office from the standpoint that if anybody's there, they're there very early in the morning and they're out of there. There's no flow of traffic in and out. It's just really, really bad from that aspect of it. So I just sort of question the whole attribute of that intersection versus that intersection developing differently. I mean, that Exxon station is not going to stay, that Exxon's not going to stay there forever once they redevelop it. To the mayor's point, we don't know if it's 10 years from now or 8 years from now, but I just find that intersection ripe for a redevelopment and not a distillery sitting there. I mean, I'll be point blank about that situation. So I have concerns about this. To back up a little bit as well, David Ross wrote a very thoughtful letter, I think, to most board members, and he sits on the Environmental Advisory Board. And I'd like to know more about this. I mean, I know, the attorney's saying, well, if you smell it, it's in violation, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes, things happen unintended consequence, and we get the phone calls about odors or bat noises, from the playing field, et cetera. And it takes years to unravel from that standpoint. So we'll let this move forward and let it sort of wind itself out. But I really have problems with this whole intersection being developed with a distillery on one side when, across the street, they're doing a wonderful job of reinventing that CVS or Eckerd store into a medical facility, how the other corners could redevelop themselves and have a very nice intersection. So I'm not there yet. I don't buy this this retail operation and this distillery having to be at this location at this stage. And of course, we have a text amendment to deal with. So that's my 2 cents at this stage.
Would the applicant care to respond to Commissioner Urban's comments?
Yeah, sure. Commissioner Urban, that's incredibly thoughtful. We would love it if there were 8 other sites that we could choose to be on in Matthews. We're Matthews guys. We Tom and I have been long involved in Matthews, and Tom's wife is on the board of the YMCA in Matthews. We spend every Thursday night on date night, my wife and I in Matthews. My kids played sports in Matthews. We want to be in Matthews. We want to have a local presence here. If there were 8 other sites that we could choose from, certainly we would be more than excited to have a place that was downtown that we could purchase and build and really kind of engage even more. It's just simply not available. So for us to be in Matthews and for the campus space, it gives a great visibility, and it is a fun place to be in terms of that visibility and response that we've gotten from the community so far is, boy, I can't wait. Tell us when you're ready to go. Tom, anything to add to that?
No, I agree. It's true. We would love to be downtown. We would love to be anywhere in Matthews, and this is where we can be because, like Matt said, we're part of Matthews. I spend half my life at the Matthews Sportsplex these days, but we're Matthews. We want to bring Matthews and bring North Carolina flavors here and to the town, and this is where we found that we could have an opportunity to do that.
Well, now Okay, so I can rattle off 4 players in downtown. The Chelsea Group, which has a piece of property they haven't developed on. You've got Gary Smith, which owns a bunch of property in downtown Matthews. You have the town of Matthews that owns property in downtown Matthews. If you want to really be downtown, I'm sure there's a list of names and people and players that you can have that discussion with. They're redeveloping the Exxon site into a small center right next to Ming Fu. So I just think that there's opportunities out there, and I'm sure Jay's got the names and numbers of a few of those players.
John, I'd love to have a continued conversation with you offline. We're certainly open. We really want to place it as a building already on it. This was a great place that has a building that's already set, ready to go. It's beautiful inside. I don't know if you've seen it. The outdoor space out back is perfect. And one of the things that's been really important to Tom and I is that we remember our why. Why is it that we're doing this? And the thing that this actually came out of a church fellowship group that did a bourbon tasting. And we got to know these amazing guys, about 30 guys in this bourbon tasting, and realize the importance of story, and realize what that community really could be when we got to know folks in the community, be a part of a community, be in a place where people could come and be a part of something special. So this really developed out of that. And having a building that's already up and a space out back that's already ready for folks to try some things and then sit around a fire and chat is just an exciting thing for us. If we were able to find a place that we could purchase downtown Matthews, boy, we sure would entertain it. We're really excited about what we've got going now, and certainly don't want to have to keep reinventing the wheel and going back through the conditional rezoning of every spot we've got. You're not wrong. We would love to be closer in downtown. It's just simply not available for purchase with a building on it right now. We've been working on this for over a year.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I guess, I have a little bit of a different take than Commissioner Urban does, in that I walk from my house to Deep Sea Seafood Restaurant and cross that intersection, or I will walk over to Your Mom's Donuts. And so while the intersection is a little bit frightening from sitting in a car, once you get on that foot level, crossing it, it's a little more comfortable. But also, I'm excited about the prospect of this side of the street being activated again. The reason I knew about that duplex sitting up on the hill is because my grandparents used to own that property. And when I was growing up, we would play exactly where that Camps building sits. There were several duplexes in that area. And I think it would be really special to, first of all, give neighborhoods on that side of the street sort of a community activation point, right? Where people from the neighborhoods on that side could walk down and taste your products. But also it would continue as property in downtown is limited. It would continue to expand the footprint of the exciting businesses in Matthews. And I see there being a great potential to it.
All right. Do we have any other comments from the elected officials or the planning board? Seeing none, Lori, I understand we have a comment from the public.
We do. We actually had someone who was going to call in, and Maureen, I do not see her on the list. Can you just verify if she's available or not? Is Marie Cooper?
I do not see her.
Okay.
No.
Then we do have a written comment, and this was submitted by Bill Ryan. Mr. Ryan says, to the Matthews Town Council and Matthews Planning Board, I, Bill Ryan, would like to speak in favor of the proposed zoning application. Pardon me, 735 and 736. That is the text amendment and this item. I'm coming in on this from two different angles. As someone who has been involved in the Matthews business community for over 20 years, as well as a past president of the Matthews Chamber of Commerce, and also as a spirits educator, certified bourbon steward, who has enjoyed educating many in the Matthews community on the history and art of distilling. Having coordinated numerous distillery tours for different groups in both Kentucky and North Carolina, I can attest to the positive impacts a business such as the proposed Oak Lore Distilling can bring to the town of Matthews. This would be a small-scale manufacturing operation that has the opportunity to expose the town of Matthews to individuals outside of the town limits. Distilleries many times provide an entrance to the community, and in addition to the visit to the distillery itself, these guests would also be exposed to our great community assets, restaurants, etc. Once Oak Lore Distilling has established itself, it will have the opportunity to expose our town to a much wider audience. Many spirits enthusiasts travel wide and far to visit distilleries, similar to beer and wine aficionados visiting breweries and wineries. I strongly encourage the leaders of Matthews to continue your efforts to make Matthews a desirable destination and expand the diverse businesses within the town, and the passing of zoning applications 2021-735 and 2021-736 will assist in that. Please feel to reach out to me with any questions or concerns. That is the last of the public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you, Lori. So once again, I feel like a used car salesman, but public can send their comments to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or call in at 704-708-1222 within the next 24 hours. This application, like the others, will be heard by the planning board on August 24th. Come back to our board on September 13th. Thank you, gentlemen, for your participation tonight. We appreciate it. Move on to the next zoning item, motion 2021-2, to amend the existing UDO text to bring into compliance the new general statutes 160D, including technical and text amendments regarding statutory references and definitions, adding a new section for development agreements and change in vested rights for multi-phase developments of 25 acres or greater, and technical requirements for amendments to the zoning map and the land use plan. Mr. Camp.
All right, I know you all have been waiting for this. How many of you are familiar with 160D? Have you heard this at all and seen any emails or heard about the state making changes to zoning regulations? No. Okay. So I've got two versions. I've got a short version where I go over what was included in your staff report. Long version, we go page by page. I'm assuming you don't want to do the long version, which is page by page. So I will give you the annotated version. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And I do uncharacteristically have a few bullet points that I've made here just to make sure I get some points across that I did not want to forget. The first being, what is this? Here at the first bullet point, Chapter 160D, it is the zoning enabling statute in the state of North Carolina that allows us to basically undertake zoning. It is actually a reorganization. Previously, zoning for municipalities and counties were separate. So you had 160A and 153A if you were a county. So as part of this process of updating zoning in North Carolina, updating this chapter, the committee consolidated it into one statute. This is really the first major reorganization of planning and development regs since like the 1970s. This work began, I believe the first draft was in 2013. So it moved quite slowly. It doesn't make any crazy policy changes. It does create a lot of clarifications, provides standardized definitions throughout the state. So you'll see a lot of the changes that I've embedded into the draft text are just to basically reflect so that our UDO reflects what is in statute for just point of clarity. As I mentioned, first draft was in 2013. This was enacted in session law in 2019 and subsequently signed into law by Governor Cooper. The due date due to COVID was shifted, I think once or twice, and it was July 1. So we are in, well, I don't know if you can say we're in ourselves zoning violation, but we need to go ahead and take care of this and get it in place. A few highlights rather. The first being a comprehensive plan or land use plan. That was previously not a requirement to having zoning regulations in North Carolina. It now is. So of course we already have a land use plan. It does, the advice we've been given by school government is that you should have a reasonably up-to-date comp or zoning plan. That's been construed to be plus or minus 10 years. Some other points I have here. I'll talk in a moment about development agreements. Also, downzoning petitions, which were previously allowed by third parties, are no longer allowed. So any downzoning of property, it can still occur. The municipalities can downzone property, but not third parties. So like a neighbor can't go in and submit a rezoning request to downzone an adjacent parcel. And then finally, something that we will need to begin doing ASAP is that a petitioner will now need to provide consent in writing to any conditions placed on their property via conditional zoning. So that a lot of the last minute conversations we have, just ensuring that if someone says, yes, mayor and council will definitely do that. The intent is that someone absolutely knows what they are signing up for through this process. And there's that written consent to the zoning conditions. And I promise this would be brief. So if you did get a chance to look at this before the meeting this evening, I've got 3 highlighted sections. The first section is statutory reference changes. So these are just removing the old 160A references and replacing it with 160D. So it's just find and replace. No consequences whatsoever to our Unified Development Ordinance other than making sure references are correct. The second part was definitions and looking at some of the definitions that were provided. This is an important component of the UDO because if there's ever a question, this is where Rob, as our zoning administrator, may need to go look. And if someone challenges a particular aspect of the code, or if someone just is looking for clarification, this is where we would go. So here we have a definition of, for instance, downzoning. What does downzoning mean? What is a legislative decision? That's a decision that your board's undertaking. Again, many of these are, or actually all of these are straight out of the text of 160D. So we're making just points of clarity here. And just stop me if you have any questions and I'll keep moving on. And finally, text changes probably, and I sent this to Charlie, I guess last month for review, see if he had any questions, but probably the one of the only optional things that probably maybe the only optional thing I have included in this text that I think would be a good tool for the town going forward is the ability to do development agreements. I think in North Carolina, development agreements have been around at least since about 2005. There's been some change in the statutes over time, but essentially it's a form of public-private partnership. So if the town wanted to work with a developer, and trying to think of a good example, let's say a community wants to build a minor league ballpark and you've got a developer that's coming in and wants to build some mixed use buildings around it. And there are some town facilities that are desired. The development agreement allows the town to enter into a legally binding agreement and indicate who's going to pay for what, what facilities will be delivered. It's a little different than how we did Matthew Station Street about 20 years ago, but it is a tool going forward that if we were to engage in a more complex development scenario and not just conditional zoning, allow us to have a public-private partnership arrangement. So I think this is a valuable tool in our toolbox. It doesn't mean that we're going to use it immediately, but it is an option going forward if the board so chooses to use it. So again, that's really the substantial optional aspect of the changes, but again, they are allowed by statute. One thing that came up early on in this was also permit choice. It allows someone, if a regulation changes kind of mid-process, it allows a applicant or developer to choose which version of the code that they would like to follow. Basically, if the rules change in the middle of a zoning application or or when you're in permitting.
They have the option to be grandfathered then when they have the choice.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, correct. So you've made an application, you're in the process, and then crazy planner down at town hall submitted a text amendment. And suddenly the regulations change. It gives that applicant the option to look at 2 versions essentially of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jay,
Yes, yes.
The critical mass there is, in the past, before you began any vested rights, it occurred when the zoning permit, the permit had been issued. Now it's when the permit is applied for. And so that's why this type of thing comes to the forefront, why the petitioner gets to select which set of regulations he's going to follow.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for clarifying that, Charlie. We don't use the term vesting much, but essentially 5 years has been a standard time that your entitlement, if you go through the zoning process, that it's valid. This does allow for up to 7 years for certain developments, I think over 25 acres. So some larger multi-phase developments can have a much longer vesting time, which just means that the time that your plan approval is valid, more or less, is what the vesting means. And I apologize, I'm kind of scrolling here. I don't think there was anything of consequence at the very end. I just wanted to make. Okay, yeah, this is the last item I wanted to hit. If, for instance, I'll give you all an example. The land use plan calls for a significant corner in the town to be residential in nature. And that's the land use plan. Land use plan's been around for a while. And a rezoning comes in that shows commercial or office or mixed use. You all, as a legislative body, can legally approve a rezoning. However, what this is saying is that this functions as an automatic modification to the future land use map for the town. You're essentially changing the adopted plan by approving something that conflicts with what the current plans call for. So it's just a clarification. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Charlie, but that's the direction we've been given. This is straight out of the 160D requirements. Okay, I see it now. So that's all I have on this. I tried to make that as quick as possible. I've been working on this for quite some time now, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have at this time.
Is there any questions for Jay? Can you unshare your screen? Thank you, sir. Commissioner Urban. Commissioner Urban.
So Jay, two things. The timing of this, obviously it's going through and we're vetting it, but the timing of this. And the second thing, which is really important to us on the rezoning actions, we do a lot of conditions the night of. Someone comes before us and that we want blue, we want pink and purple. And so I guess you're going to have to come up with a strategy. Does that mean that the hearing is continued until blue, purple, and pink is written down? Or so I don't think you can answer it tonight, but I guess that's going to really sort of put a wrinkle into how we sort of process rezonings the night of.
It is. I've given some thought to that, John, and I think there will need to be a form. And I think some communities, we've got some examples already. I think someone in the department did some research on it. Essentially, the applicant will have to sign off on that list of conditions that are agreed upon at the final council meeting. Charlie, if they disagreed or chose not to sign that document, then I think I don't think that they would have a CD plan in place.
That's correct.
So we would not try to cobble it together the evening of, Commissioner Urban. That would be, it would be impossible. I mean, even tonight, like you couldn't sign off on something. So it would be part of our process. Lori actually stamps all plans as approved as the town clerk. So this would be just another process for
so would someone then make a motion saying, we're going to take a vote on it pending red, pink, and purple and blue. The board votes on it. Then you take the paperwork over to the petitioner, and if they don't sign it, it just doesn't go through? Or do we have to delay that vote?
I don't think we need to delay the vote at all. I think, but that's a good point as part of our documentation that maybe the language is pending the sign off by the petitioner.
Yes. Okay.
I like that. That's a good point. Thank you.
You can always make the effective date of that approval effective upon the written consent of the petitioner.
Okay.
Other questions, comments from elected officials or the planning board? Commissioner Miller.
Just for clarification, it wouldn't involve anything during the public hearing. It would only be on the final vote. Is that correct?
On the point we were just discussing?
Yes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we don't have any public commenters, correct, Lori?
That's correct.
Once again, the public has 24 hours to submit comments to matthews@matthewsnc.gov or to call 704-708-1222. Application will be heard by the planning board on August 24th. And have a big pot of coffee for that meeting, Mike. It's going to be a busy evening. Come back to our board on September 13th. I will now entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Miller, second by Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Urban,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. We now stand back in our regular meeting, and we'll go on to agenda item number 9, planning and development business. First, we'll receive a report from the planning board from the chair, Mr. Mike Foster. Go ahead.
I'll mute
You're on
you.
mute. You're on mute, Mike.
When am I going to learn? Apparently never. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have the planning board report from our meeting of July 27th, 2021. I have 2 items for information only. First item was an administrative amendment from Chick-fil-A, 9905 Matthews Park Drive, a request to modify the site plan with the addition of a steel frame shade canopy at the existing drive-through area. Members of the planning board reviewed the request and unanimously approved the action as it has been found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan as it promotes non-residential destination-based land uses along US 74. Changes were found to be reasonable because the proposed zoning changes did not significantly impact the intent of the original zoning. Informational item number 2, Nadine Bennett, senior planner, updated the planning board on the Eastern Gateway Small Area Plan discussions and the survey results. Members of the planning board were updated on advertising efforts and invited to join staff for an open house event that was held at the Windrow Neighborhood Clubhouse on July 29th, 2021. And that is everything I have for our planning board report. Are there any questions?
Not hearing or seeing any questions, so we'll move on to 9B, planning and zoning related actions. Motion 2021-1, text amendment to the UDO to allow a 6-foot fence in the front yard setback along major thoroughfares with proper setbacks and vegetative screening. Mr. Will.
All right, now I'm unmuted. Very good. Okay, so the property owners from the Meadows at Matthews, they are the ones who originally had sought variances to allow 6-foot tall fences in the front yard setback, have applied for rezoning to use the flexible design or change in conditions to use the flexible design standards. That application is on the consent agenda this evening to set the public hearing. Because of this, at this time, staff recommends tabling the text amendment until the board is able to consider the property owner's request. So basically, the folks are looking to do flexible design standard revision for their 7 lots rather than pursue the staff initiated text amendment.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Any questions for Rob? Any motions to defer this? Mr. Miller, you are on mute, sir.
I'll make the motion that we defer it. Sorry about that. But I don't know the exact date and I have a feeling we're going to need it.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Miller. Charlie, you got
That's correct, Commissioner Miller, that if you just defer something or continue it, then it, by the rules of order, it will come up at the very next meeting. You need to make a deferral to a specific date.
September 13th, I think.
Make a motion to defer it until September 13th.
I'll second
Yep.
that.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Miller, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Garner. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
and who did I forget? Commissioner Urban.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that passes unanimously. Thank you. That'll be deferred. Come back to us on the 13th. On to item 9B2, consider Bird e-scooter proposal. Ms. Bennett.
Yes, that's me, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you can see it. I'm just going to go through a quick presentation on this. We also have, I saw his name there, Chris Stockwell is here from Bird, and Bird is the company that approached us earlier this year about introducing e-scooters into Matthews. And I also want to say that I actually had to write his name down and underline it right here on my piece of paper because I've been referring to him as the Birdman for the past 3 months or so, and I was afraid I was actually going to do that. So I got a definition there for you of shared micromobility, but what you really needed to know is what we're talking about is these scooters. If you've been to South End or Uptown or lots of places in Charlotte recently, you have seen them because they're kind of all over the place. These scooters first appeared in 2018, which seems like such a short time ago. And they were, you might remember that they were kind of controversial at the time. And the reason was that a lot of companies just dumped them in communities without asking. Obviously, we've come a long way since then because they approached us in early March and we're kind of still working on whether they're going to come to Matthews or not. So they've made great strides. So again, they were introduced in 2018 and by 2019, there were 86 million trips on e-scooters in the US, which seems crazy to me. Some of the benefits include the major one is it provides an additional transportation option, which we're always looking for. That means reduced greenhouse gas emissions, less physical exertion than riding a bike. So it's going to be open to more people. And what most people think about it is that it's really fun. One of the benefits that could be important for Matthews is it could be a solution to the first mile, last mile problem. And that is that most people in the US will walk about a quarter of a mile to and from public transit. Micromobility allows them to take a trip to not have to walk that distance. The average scooter or bike share trip is 1.5 miles, about 17 minutes. So that just kind of fits in perfectly. And it helps to expand the reach of public transportation because it allows them a means to get there. One of the big concerns that I've been reading about is safety. But just like any other transportation mode, there are crashes with e-scooters, bikes, cars, you name it, there are crashes. Bird has done research on this, and I assume that, that Chris will cover it, but more people are injured by motor vehicles in 3 hours in the US than are injured by e-scooters in a year. So yes, there are accidents, but that happens with any kind of transportation. The factors involved in the incidents, roadway conditions, like there are potholes or cracks in the pavement, alcohol, and if you've been around South End, you can believe that alcohol is related to those incidents. Speed, although Bird can actually control the speed of the scooters. And the main one seems to be inexperience. Scooters are new, and people just hop on without knowing what they're doing. One way to make them safer is to educate people. So you educate the people who are riding on them, you educate the people who are around them, you educate the people who are enforcing them. And this is just kind of a sampling from around the country of the different kinds of education. Just a few things to know. Bird will help us, well, actually, they will locate a local partner, will be a fleet manager for it. So the town does not have to be the fleet manager. I thought this was interesting with equity because we are talking about first mile, last mile problems, and sometimes those are for lower income people. And they offer 5 30-minute rides per day for $5 per month for low income residents, which I think is great. They have geofencing that will gradually slow the vehicle as it approaches a prohibited area. So if we ban them from downtown, they couldn't physically get into downtown. It would just stop. They would start with 50 units, and there's a 30-day notice to terminate an agreement. Again, this would just be a pilot program. You also, with Bird, you get a data dashboard so that you can see who's riding them and where they're being ridden, how far they're going. So just so you can track what's going on in the community. Some things that we're going to need to think about before we do the pilot program is where they'd be most useful. We've already started thinking about that, and we would start with a smaller area and expand from there. And again, the Bird scooters, they can actually set those geographical boundaries so that they would stop you again from going somewhere like downtown. We want to think about whether they can ride on the sidewalks or the greenways. A lot of places ban them sidewalks and greenways. They might be the best place for them here. We're not sure. I've read a lot of articles about parking problems and e-scooters being kind of scattered throughout town. So that's something that we're going to have to think about too. And again, we'll start with a smaller area and expand. One of the main things that we're going to need to do is develop ordinance language, which would be coming back before you. And this is just to show you that Charlotte has language that we can refer to with lots of regulations there. And Gastonia, which just introduced earlier this year and seems to be having a good experience with scooters, they also have language that we can refer to. Again, lots of language. So what we're asking tonight is for you to direct us on what to do. Should we go ahead and pursue a pilot project with Bird? We think that you should. And that would include drafting the associated language that would go with it for the ordinance. And again, that would have to come back before you. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and hopefully Chris is there and he will share his presentation or at least answer questions.
Sure, I'm here. Thanks, Nadine, and Birdman here.
Birdman and Baby Bird.
And Baby Bird is somewhere downstairs sleeping, hopefully. I apologize for the bags under my eyes, but the baby was born 5 days ago. But yeah, I am happy to kind of go over a sort of a general overview of the program. Nadine did a very good job. I'm also happy to kind of answer questions along the way. What I will do is sort of just pop up a quick presentation. Nadine touched on a few things just to kind of give you, paint some pictures to some of the words that Nadine was talking about, and then answer a few of the, I would say, kind of the safety issues that Nadine brought up as well. Most of those, I would say all of those, we have solutions to that we've been able to develop over the past 4 or 5 years as we've really sort of honed in on what a scooter program should look like for cities. Just a quick kind of overview in the last year and where we've pivoted is that for the early parts of the scooter world, Bird and some of the others in the micro-mobility ecosystem thought that probably the bigger, larger, more densely populated cities like the Charlottes of the world would be the only cities that could have a micro-mobility program. And ultimately what we did in the last year, I guess year and a half now, is kind of flip that upside down and said, how do we expand to cities that are interested in expanding their transportation options throughout their city? And what we were able to do is come up with what we refer to as our fleet manager model. And that's allowed us to expand into, far more cities. I think we've done about 185 this year. And that's just in the US. And the way that works is that we are able to partner with what we refer to as a entrepreneur logistics partner in all these new cities that we operate in. One, it allows an individual from the communities that we're in to start a logistics business, operations business, if you will, and partner with Bird to, in this case, manage scooters. And two, provides a much more local sense of operations to how we do operate. Really provides sort of a local boots on the ground individual to handle the day-to-day operations that go into these programs. And by doing that, we're able to start small and mitigate many of the 2018 concerns that scooters initially provided. Although many of those concerns, if managed correctly, are very easy to solve. What we've ultimately found is that starting small with a local presence really allows us to build a much more sustainable program in the communities that we're operating in. So I'm going to pop this up real quick, so long as I can share my screen. So I will just kind of give a kind of a quick overview. You don't need to know your own name, so we can skip that one. Sort of what is Bird? And again, we touched on it, but it is a scooter. It's a shared scooter program. So it's all app-based. When you want to find a scooter, when you want to use a scooter, you open the app on your phone. It directs you to the closest scooter to you. If there's one in front of you already, then you don't need to use the map to find one. You use your app to unlock the scooter. It allows you to take the scooter from point A to point B. When you get to point B, you take a picture of where you've parked that scooter, and then you can go on with whatever task you are doing that day. The goal, like Nadine said, is really how do you solve sort of that last mile problem? How do you provide a form of transportation for people going 1 to 2 miles and not have to use their car or not have to get back into their car after they've parked it to do other things throughout the day? Ultimately, how do we limit car usage in the communities that we are operating in? One of our main goals. Again, use an app to go through it. Again, just kind of go through here real quick. This is what the scooter looks like. These are the scooters that we've been putting out in many sort of mid-sized communities over the last year, to include Gastonia. And Nadine touched on building an ordinance. We just finished an ordinance with Kinston in North Carolina, just to kind of, we do it with a lot of cities, but to tie it to other cities in North Carolina. We built one with Gastonia. We just finished one with Kinston. We're working with Atlantic Beach to build a program down there too, as well as the larger cities in North Carolina too. But this is sort of the general idea of the scooters that we operate. You stand on them. They have a bike style brake. They have a bell. They have an electric throttle on the right handlebar. All of our technology is built into the brain, as we call it, which is the white box in the front of it. All compliant with state code. There are plenty of scooters operating all over the state of North Carolina right now. We are a dockless model, right? And there are some concerns, challenges to that. There are also many benefits to the dockless model as well. So, what we've found is that, being a dockless provider, it really does allow someone to get from point A to point B. The challenge of docked mobility, dock micro mobility, is that it limited that, which is why, unfortunately, as I've been around the micro mobility and alternative transportation world long enough, that none of those or many of those docked forms are able to sustain a business unless it's in a major city subsidized by that city. With the dockless model, we've been able to actually build a business around it, while also providing a new local business for what we call our fleet managers. But the dockless model really does provide that point A to point B transportation option that many of the previous models weren't able to solve for. And again, we touched on it, and it's certainly a challenge that we have worked through over the past 5 years. But how do we address those parking issues, those clutter concerns that were an issue in the past? And one of those is that local fleet manager that we source and qualify and make sure that they are the right individual to operate in Matthews. They're going to be from Matthews. They're going to know the landscape. So having that individual to react both proactively and reactively for issues has solved a lot of those issues. Starting small and sort of growing strategically really helps this as well. We start with typically 50 scooters in the cities that we build these programs in. That really limits any of the sort of early concerns of scooters. So that's been a big piece of it too. Now, additionally, we have layers and layers of, how do we incentivize people to park correctly? How do we disincentivize people to park poorly? And at the end of the day, we have the capability to just remove people from the system if they are continuous abusers of the system as well. So there are levels of levels to make sure that we can have the right people using this program and coach them properly in using the model. We touched on some of the concerns and some of the benefits. The other things I kind of want to touch on is Nadine touched on sort of you could potentially ride after drinking. Bird actually just implemented what we call Safe Ride. If you get on a scooter or you try to get on a scooter after a certain hour, it's flexible. It actually makes you do a type of puzzle quiz to make sure that you have somewhat cognitive reflexes to ride a scooter. It's certainly not going to be, it's not going to ultimately prevent you from doing something you probably shouldn't do, but it is a safeguard and hurdle to limit people riding after maybe indulging too much. On the speed side of things, they did mention it as well. We have the ability to both geofence for scooters to go to not go into certain places. We also have the ability to geofence to slow scooters down in certain locations as well, to really kind of make sure that the program is operating in line with sort of the footprint of the city. Every city is slightly unique and slightly different. So we have the ability to kind of make it as flexible for all the new cities that we operate in as well. The other one was inexperience. And the cool part there is we have a beginner mode on all of our scooters that you can toggle on if you have the app. It basically accelerates the scooter at a slower speed than if you didn't have it on. It really has sort of helped people who are starting for the first time learn to ride a scooter prior to kind of going all out. Although, after maybe one or two rides, it really is pretty much second nature. I'll go through just a few of these are just sort of more just talking points. We have a massive program for this. All of our cities have an account manager that are associated with them. That account manager becomes your sort of day-to-day point of contact for these programs. They're able to adjust geofence areas, remove them, add them. If there are events going on in town, this individual can set up temporary fences to keep them from going into those events, or even add language to the app in your specific region to even prompt people to use a scooter to get to an event versus driving, all tailored to the communities that we're operating in. Touched on the local fleet manager a little bit. This is an individual that is in the community looking to start a sort of a logistics or operation business. We have sort of a whole plethora of qualifications that we require of our fleet managers before we operate. But again, it really adds a hometown feel to the program when it is a local individual managing the scooters as a partner with Bird. We have customer service for all of our scooters. Just so you guys are aware, all the scooters have phone numbers on them, email addresses on them. We have a cool feature within the app called Community Mode, which allows both riders and non-riders to flag scooters that may have maintenance issues. If it is flagged for a maintenance issue, that scooter is deactivated immediately. So it's taken off the street. It sends a message to the fleet manager for them to address. If the fleet manager can address it on site, they'll fix it and put it back into service. If not, it'll be one of the scooters they pick up and take back to their garage to conduct the proper maintenance on it. This is the community access mode, the low income. We have programs for different demographics within different communities. We have a pretty hefty a Bird access program that does provide some pretty awesome riding ability to those that fall into certain categories, and we can certainly work to implement that in Matthews as well. And then I touched on this a little bit, some of the technologies that we have, but this is a quick image of one of the puzzles words that you have to do for late night riding to make sure that you at least have some ability at the time you're trying to use a scooter. Again, it's not going to solve the world's problems of people using any type of mobility after some fun, but it does provides a hurdle for them to do that. And finally, all the other tools that come into this is sort of the parking management side of it, where we can create parking spots, recommended parking spots for people to leave the scooters. All of that is through the app, so there's no infrastructure needed in the cities that we partner with. It's all based in the app, and then it educates and provides directions on good places to park throughout the city, which is what we would work with the staff to figure out. Just a few cities. Again, we've built this program in. I think we have green lights from about 185 this year. It's a pretty awesome time to be in the micromobility sector. We're seeing a lot of people interested in how to better move people around their city, both commuters, tourists, residents. It's a really flexible form of transportation that just wasn't available 3 or 4 years ago. So that's a quick presentation, just a few examples of sort of what a nest could look like when we deploy scooters. So we typically try to put scooters in batches of 2, 3, maybe 4. In certain areas, we can get strategic with where on the sidewalk they should go. That's one of the benefits of having that local fleet manager to help us sort of understand that while working alongside the city as well to find the best places for scooters to be deployed in the morning and then rebalanced throughout the day. The fleet managers get pretty creative with how they build their business and move these scooters around. Just you can see the one on the left is an individual who transformed a trailer into a charging unit while they move scooters so that they can basically have a better rhythm of getting more scooters out on the street for individuals to use, while also getting the old scooters out and charging them at the same time. Other people just happen to use a pickup truck and they find that to be worthwhile as well. And then just a quick overview on sort of what geofence looks like. This is a good way to sort of visualize what our geofence technology looks like when we build it out on certain streets or areas of the city where we want scooters to go, or we don't want scooters to go, or potentially where we want to slow scooters down in certain areas. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any and all questions you got.
I do have a question or a couple questions, Mr. Stockwell. Sounds like you've addressed, I was a little skeptical initially because I know when they first rolled e-scooters out in Charlotte, we found them, dumped in ditches and laying in the middle of the road and just scattered everywhere. It was a big, trash issue really, with just really cluttering up the streets and not being parked where they need to be. So if say that I took a bus ride back into Matthews and I wanted to ride one of these scooters to my house and I park it in front of my house, your fleet manager would be the one that would come and move it if it just sat there for whatever length of time and nobody used it. Somebody would come physically move it.
Correct. Yeah. If it wasn't used by another individual who needed to ride it potentially back to downtown, then the fleet manager would come in and grab that scooter, mostly on a night basis. Sometimes it's every 2. It really depends if we see ridership in that area based on some of the data and it's in a good spot, it could stay there for a day to see if someone would use it. If that's not a good area, if it kind of goes from the core dense, higher ridership areas, and we know we're not going to get many rides out there, then that would send a flag to the fleet manager and say, hey, go grab that and bring it back. At the end of the day, it behooves the fleet manager to keep them in the high demand areas because that's how they make their earnings on a piece of the top piece of the revenue that's generated on their fleet of scooters. They want the scooters organized in the right location so they actually earn more.
So I noticed I was reading about your company and I noticed that in some communities on a very limited basis, you have a subscription model where somebody would actually rent a scooter and keep it and charge it themselves. Is that ever a consideration for a smaller town?
We did that for a little bit on sort of our rental model. It's not, I mean, to be honest, it ended up not being a great business model, which is why we kind of moved away from it. This fleet manager model is sort of derived from what we used to call our chargers. We used to have chargers, and they could be like, John Smith and his friends could go out and grab 3 scooters, charge them in their house at night, put them back on the street, and make 10, 15 bucks for doing that. We moved away from that. I say that it was a great learning process for Bird on what a scooter operation should look like, but learning in the sense that it wasn't the right model. And that's why we refined our model to this fleet manager process, or fleet manager model, where we can basically align incentives, both with the fleet manager, with the cities we operate in, and Bird themselves, to make sure that we're aligning to the expectations of every party involved.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Commissioner McCool?
I guess this question may be for Nadine or staff. On multiple occasions, you said to geofence downtown. Is that, I don't know if you're just using that as an example, or does staff not want these to go to downtown Matthews?
We've heard a lot of people say that they'd like to keep them out of downtown just because of the pedestrian traffic downtown. We don't want any collisions on the sidewalk. We don't want them running into one another. It's not something that we've fully decided yet. It's come up a number of times, so it'd be good to just keep them right at the outside of downtown.
I hear that, but part of me thinks makes it kind of not as worthwhile if they're not able to get to prime locations in downtown. So I can see folks, if they're living just out of walking distance, want to ride to the downtown. It feels kind of pointless to do this if they can't go to downtown. That's my personal opinion.
Sure. And again, we're still thinking about all of this and trying to figure out what's best.
Okay.
Yeah, to Commissioner McCool's point, I think the ability to control the speed might make it more feasible for downtown, because that was an issue in Charlotte as well. People were flying on these scooters in very congested areas. There were a lot of collisions with pedestrians.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If it's okay, I was going to say, if it's okay to chime in real quick, Mayor, just sort of on that topic. There are plenty of cities. We're doing one in Vienna, Virginia, right now, where we've taken basically the main street and decreasing the speed to the required or the suggested speed that the city would like it to be in. We try not to go much less than about 10 or 11 miles an hour. Typically, we govern our scooters at 15 miles an hour. 10 or 11 is about the limit. Imagine kind of when you start riding a bike and it slows down and you start to get the wobble before you fall off. That's about the speed on the scooter, that 10, 11 miles an hour that you want to keep it at a minimum.
Mr. Miller, do you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. On the memo that we received on page 11, it said that scooters are not allowed to be parked in transit zones, including bus stops. And I won't read the whole thing. Well, maybe I should. Including bus stops, shelters, passengers waiting areas, and bus layover and staging zones, except at existing bicycle racks. And my question is, why can't they be parked at a bus stop? They don't all have bike racks. And I'll use the example of Cook's Construction at 51 and Monroe Road. There's a dead end sidewalk with a bus stop. And I would think that someone who wants to catch the bus there might take a scooter and want to leave it there. Do we dictate, or who dictates where they're allowed?
I can answer that. The language I put in there was just to show you that we have language from the area that we can work from. Okay. So we're not taking that and just throwing it into Matthews. We're going to look and see what works for Matthews. That's just an example. If we feel like, we really do want them to park right at the bus stop, then yes, obviously we would let them do that. So we still have a lot of analysis to do at this point.
Okay.
Before we get an ordinance in place.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Nadine, what have you heard from the transportation planner and the police department about any concerns or excitement over this?
I haven't heard specifically from the police department. I believe they're there in the original meeting, but obviously they're going to have to be involved. But from Dana, from the transportation planner, we've been working together on this. She's excited about it. She is particularly excited about the first mile, last mile aspect of it because she doesn't get them all the time, but she does get calls now and again about, I work in Matthews and, I get off the bus and how do I get to my job? And she thinks it'd be nice to have an answer for them. So it does, from her perspective, it does solve a problem. And just in general, that it's part of the Matthews vision to be multimodal. And this gives us another mode of transportation.
Mr. Stockwell, I just thought of another question. How do you prevent people from creating fake accounts and abusing the scooters or stealing them or vandalizing them?
Sure. So only an account can only be created on a single device. So that is really what it is. If you have an iPhone, for example, and you create an account on that iPhone, you can't create additional accounts. I mean, I guess you could you could go buy multiple iPhones. It seems like that may be a little bit of a stretch, but we also require all of our users when they create their account to put in all the appropriate information and then verify their a form of identification for that as well. It also allows us to limit or set certain ages of who we want to ride the scooters. Typically, it's somewhere between 16 and 18 years old that we limit it to. 16 is the lower end of that. Bird's general stance is 18, but there are plenty of cities that want to also allow. They basically take the approach that if you can handle a 3,000-pound car, you can handle a scooter type approach. We just err on a little bit more conservative unless the city wants us to decrease the age of it. But you have to put in a form of identification, so that also limits any bad accounts.
And that the scooters also do they have some sort of tracking device on them so you know where they're?
Absolutely, yeah. All the scooters are GPSed. They have some redundancies as well. The scooters actually can talk to themselves now to help better triangulate the exact location of where they are. If they're not in line of sight of each other, that doesn't always work. But between the Bluetooth, that line of sight technology, and the GPS, we have enough redundancy to always know where they are within a few feet.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions or motions? Commissioner Miller. You're on mute. Commissioner Miller, you're on mute.
I was so anxious to make it. I'll make a motion to direct staff to pursue a pilot project with Bird, including drafting associated ordinance language.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Miller, a second from Commissioner McCool. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes unanimously. So thank you, Mr. Stockwell.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate the time.
Move on to agenda item 10, the consent agenda. We need a roll call vote. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve the consent agenda items 10A through, let me scroll down. J6.
Motion from Commissioner Miller to approve the consent agenda. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Is that Commissioner Whitley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard your voice and saw Dave's hand raised. All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley,
Yes.
Mr. McCool,
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Yes.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item number 11, consider design for welcome to Matthews sign at South Trade Street. White Fitzpatrick.
Life, are you on the call?
I don't see Life. He's not listed here.
Okay, let me set this up. So, what about Life's memo? I know.
You want me to share the memo, Hazen?
Yeah, please, Jay.
All right, let me dig it up. Hold on for a moment.
Oh, CJ, hold on. Just got a text from CJ. CJ's here. Why don't y'all let CJ in?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Board. Sorry about that. Life is on vacation. He asked me to cover. So as most of you are aware, the board had asked us last fall to put in a retaining wall and beautify the intersection of South Trade, Pleasant Plains, and Weddington Road, commonly referred to as a wagon wheel. Staff has done that. And then we were asked by the board to actually look at ways of making it look similar to the Welcome to Matthews sign. Unfortunately, we can't put in one of the brick Welcome to Matthews signs because it's in the DOT right of way, and they prohibit walls and structures like that. So we have consulted with DAWA to look at various options, and Kirk Lowry is here to present those options to the board.
Mayor and Commissioners, nice to be here. So if you want to go ahead and go to the title page.
Yeah, let me dig it up. Sorry.
I can share my screen if you need to.
Yeah, if you would like to share and walk us through it,
Okay,
that'd be great.
Sure. If I can figure out how to do that. Let's see, share screen. Okay. So we've worked with the town of Matthews on a couple different gateways, and hopefully we can come up with something that gets implemented here. We do help implement the other parts of the program, so we know very much the general design guidelines for them. So for this particular location, given that the brick monument doesn't particularly work in a retaining wall situation, we wanted to come up with something that maintained some of the sort of we say country town aspects and things like that, and fit in with the neighborhood. So I'll go ahead and share some. So this idea is to maintain the similar approach of the Matthews Welcomes You, but just use the existing facility to do that. The design would be to use a potentially cement siding, which there's different products to come up with, and this is just a schematic, so we're not sure exactly what it would be, but it's about a 1/2 inch or 3/4 inch thick cement siding that's very permanent. It creates a nice uniform look behind the sign, very weatherable, and would allow for mounting letters. So a sign like this could be, the letters could be halo lit with a light background and dark letters, which works quite well, or it could be front lit. And this idea would be to start to bring in sort of the feel of rusted steel, or what they call Corten steel, into this for the letters, or maybe it could be a faux Corten. And then the Welcomes You would be mounted directly to the existing retaining wall. It helps cover up some of the, to help cover up some of this area behind, which right now in this photograph, it looks nice because there's a lot of greenery, etc. We'd try to add some evergreen foliage behind it, and we'd work with the town on that. The other thing that we haven't explored it, but one thing to consider would be to actually pay for a privacy fence for this neighbor so that, headlights don't go into their yard and then you can't see into it in the fall, because right now it's great, but in the fall it's very sparse and there's a shed here and there's different things that make it, less attractive than when it's all filled out.
Yeah.
Another option would be to same concept, but use stain the wall so that you get some contrast and you start to develop sort of a more solid foundation for the rest of the sign. And everything else in these concepts is, similar, but just taking some different approaches. This approach is a little more complicated. It would be to bring the letters out and set them on the wall and have them pin mounted. I mean, there'd have to be a foundation and be slightly behind the wall probably, and then allow you to grow some foliage behind, some grasses and things like that. Of course, they might not be native, so I don't know if they could get approved. Anyway, trying it with some different approaches, using a dark background and the silver letters, because the concepts now with the brick use a silver letter. Whatever we do, we want to try to maintain a good contrast between the background and the Matthews logo.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just, sort of softening it up instead of using the what we call this kind of the Matthews wave or the Matthews arch there, to take it into something that's more uniform for this corner. Could have a slight arch to it, but there's not really a lot of room behind here. This hill goes up pretty steep and pretty quick, so it's not really too easy to put anything in there curved, but a little curve would be nice to it. And using a dark background. So that is those are our original schematics. And one thing I like to tell anybody when we do schematic design is the idea is that we're doing a few different things, and it gives the opportunity to mix and match and grab different pieces.
So Mayor, members of the board, I think what we're looking for is some direction or comment, and hopefully direction from you all so that we can take the next step and kind of further designing this. I think the retaining wall, some kind of privacy fence really should be considered, because it will look much different in the winter than it does in these photos.
We have a ballpark cost, Hazen?
Kurt, have you put anything together?
Not yet, but if I'm going to guess at it, the wall, I mean, John might be able to help with this. I would say it's going to be over 10,000, under 20, something like. I mean, I'm sorry, it could be in that range, depending on whether the letters are reverse channel, so they have lights behind them that would help them halo light at night, which I think that would be a nice effect, or whether they're front lit or not lit. You let the street lights work on them. Yeah, so I think 10 to 20.
Well, I'm one of 7, but I'll say I think is this the second slide? The first one had dark letters for welcomes you, correct? Yeah, that one. I think I like that one the best of all of them, and I agree that a privacy fence should be constructed behind there, because that would improve the overall look for the winter months. But I like that one the best.
I like option 1 the best also.
I'm a fan of it too.
Any other comments?
Commissioner
What,
Miller has his hand up.
Can I go, when we get back to the gallery view or stop sharing?
Oh, yeah, I'll stop sharing. Sorry about that.
Commissioner Miller?
Thank you very much. I like all of them, but one thing I'd like to point out is that your option one and our option one in the packet are different. They're all beautiful. There's some confusion in this opinion here, because it was always a gateway project to include a sign. I don't know how the sign got left out, but that's a moot point. In our particular packet, I thought that option one was the best. And what I didn't pick up on was the half teardrop versus the semicircle half. But in our packet, I prefer option one, which had enhanced landscaping versus the boxwood base. Whether you stain the wall or don't stain the wall, whether it's silver or brown letters, whether it's front or back lit, I think we're all flexible on.
Just from that point of view of lighting, if you have a light background and a dark letter, it does work better if you prefer the halo lit, the backlit, that the letters have lights inside of them. Just tends to work a bit better than to try to light a light letter on top of a darker background, but they both work. It's a little, more subtle.
Okay.
So Kurt, it can be tough to get consensus with 7 people, right? So
Yes.
Can you pull the one that we were looking at the last before we switched away? Because it did seem like there was consensus there, or at least I heard consensus. And Commissioner Miller, I want to get his thought of that, or anybody else.
That one's boring.
The thing is, what we did is, this was our original option one, but then we started to, after we had presented it to the planning folks, to Life and all, we decided that, we'd like to try something with a darker base, just to help preserve that retaining wall as well.
Sure.
So that's where that came from. And that's our preference, but that's not up to us.
I do like the halo light, the lights within the letters. I think that would look the best at night. Are any signs like this ever solar powered, or would this be hooked up to a hardwire?
It would hardwire typically. That's a lot of we'll have to get it, we'll have to scale it out and everything, but those are pretty big letters. There's a lot of LEDs in there. And I mean, they're very efficient lights, as you know about LEDs, but still, I think to get it out of solar, there might not be enough solar hitting that during the day to do it. So I'm not sure. It's afternoon sun hits that, I think.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'm sorry, we did DIY solar lighting for the one near Brewster's. So basically we got our own solar panels. We put in, I think, lead acid batteries and wired that to light that. That's working well there because it is fairly well lit by the sun. I'm not sure if this is a great location or not. I have to look at where the sun hits it.
Just follow-up comment to Commissioner Miller's point. I guess that's supposed to be like boxwood or something at the bottom. I wouldn't be against adding some, even like some of the grasses you had or something to this version to make it a little different. But as far as the bottom being stained or not, that doesn't really matter to me. I mean, I think I don't like the one with the letters are up front. I like the letters on the wall.
But the idea, Mr. Mayor, is that the reason I turned to this is just to give you some ideas that there are a lot of options for landscaping, and we did talk to Mr. Ramser with the town, and he had some suggestions for things. So yeah, we're not landscape architects, so whatever we could do to to bring that in line with what what you all are, interested in. We'd like to try it. We're grabbing images offline and stuff and sticking them in our drawings.
So if you look at maybe the one, I'm sorry, either the first or second slide. If you had that one or the one that follows, and you had some of those grasses to the right or left of the Matthews sign, just to add some height instead of just having a green line there, might add some interest. But I agree with Commissioner Miller. I mean, I like all of them. I like the previous one the best, but I could live with any of them. And I think the price is not outrageous. It's something that we should do. It's a very busy intersection. A lot of cars go through there. And it'd be a very nice touch to have that.
I think the lettering should be the same color. The welcome you and Matthew should be the same color on whatever wall we do. That makes a big difference that they're both the same color, especially this one, option 1 there.
Yeah, but on the other one, if the wall was dark, you wouldn't be able to see it if it was the same color.
Well, then make all the letters the same color, whether Matthews and welcome on, switch it over back to the second one.
We can show you an option of that so that like that we had, excuse me, I'm running into problems here with it. We could use the dark background with a stained bottom. We could show you what that would look like. It's getting a little dark there, but I think it's really hard. We're just we're mocking all these up, so we're really faking it here. And so what the reality would be. One of the things I think I'd be concerned is I want to make sure that if we do use an internal illumination in here, that we go with a pretty soft version. We don't want anything that that becomes too strong and really blasts out the sides. We want it to show up, but we don't want it to be too much. There's a lot of subtleties with it.
I think that the stained wall or the stained back is a good idea, and maybe the brushed nickel or stainless steel letters is probably good. I also prefer the teardrop versus the half round, but I like the feathering of the grasses. And if we only do it on the right and left and recess the Matthews, that's fine. Like Mayor said, that's fine.
Can we go back to the gallery view so I can see everybody? Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I have a concern about the scale of welcomes you. I would like to see that more pronounced than it is.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Does I think we've had some sort of consensus on some general ideas. Would everybody be comfortable if we just relegated this to staff to make the absolute final decision, since we're 7 individuals, 7 different ideas, unless somebody has some really strong opinions on it, just direct staff to.
I'd like to micromanage it.
I know you would. That's why I'm making the suggestion.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Ken.
The LED lights behind, are those color changing? Because I thought it'd be kind of interesting, since we are lighting the town cupola, if we're having a special event, that sign could be lit in the same color.
Could be RGB lighting. Yes, it could be.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I think it'd kind of make it a little bit fun. Yeah.
Good idea, Ken.
So I do want to, it's always interesting when seven people work on something. Ken's throwing out an idea. I've had a couple of people say that's an interesting idea. Does that represent consensus? Because I think in Commissioner McCool's mind, he's walking away like, we're doing that. And in my mind, a little bit like it's if we do the rust colored letters, like what color schemes are going to work with that, right? So I guess I would suggest, maybe the idea would be, Kurt, you sounded like maybe we take I love the idea of delegating the staff. I just don't want to be fussed at, right, at the end of the day. And if it takes 2, if we say, okay, well, let's bring back 2 at the next board meeting, I don't mind doing that if that'll make y'all happy. But I can see where, like, I saw Dave shaking his head like, this is not a high level decision. I want to delegate this somebody.
That's
It's
right.
really, y'all
It's
just need
really
to tell
not.
us what y'all want from us and we will make it happen.
Quick
Commissioner
question.
Whitley.
Quick question. Does any other of the signs illuminate?
Yeah, the other signs have base lights that basically light up underneath the letters to light the faces. And that's an option for this as well.
Yeah, I mean, color change.
No, I don't think so. My concern with the color change, I think that's really great. And especially if you have a white background and, everything's a real neutral background, but, creating that kind of, homey quality of I know that the cement's not, it's technical because it's cement instead of wood, but having that natural wood feel, the colored lights might look a little contrived on that.
Yeah, I would just.
But you can still run them white, it would only be used at a special time, but it does cost and you have to have somebody to control them. So who's going to go out? That's going to be Ken's job. Like, Ken, what colors are going to be this week?
Well, we already have the town cupola, so whoever's making those decisions can do it for that. I don't think that's a significant issue by any.
Yeah.
Again, I would suggest we delegate this to staff. What I heard as consensus, I think, is that we prefer the half teardrop instead of the circular. Is that correct? Is everybody right with that?
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't suggesting to have the different colors. I just want to be uniform. If the other ones could then like that. And my pick of what I heard at first, number 1 and number 2 was out from you, Mayor, and me, and Ken, and I think Jeff like that as well too. Just maybe different the color, but I can live with those. My preference is 1 or 2 staff. If you do that, I like number 1. I like the colors the same. If the Matthew's going to be the same color, I want welcome you the same color.
Mr. Miller.
I agree with that as far as the same color, but the presentation tonight, option 1 was different than our packet option 1.
I even picked number 1 in our packet too, so I'm satisfied. That's my little 2 cents.
1 or 2, I heard.
Number 1 is different.
It was. I thought 1 was the same. Did I make it? I thought I added a second one after 1, but yeah, I might have. I can check that. Apologize for that.
A 1-ish or 2-ish style. Welcome you a little larger than it is currently. Halo inset lighting, and staff figures out the rest of it.
Okay.
Is that okay with everyone here? Or
I think we
Jeff,
should
you don't
bring
like
it back.
Okay. What's the consensus of the board? You want to bring it back?
Yeah, bring it back.
So have staff suggest a final version and bring it to us for a vote so we can do any final tweaking. Does that sound good?
I mean, we could easily take a straw poll on stainless steel or brown, stained or not stained, teardrop versus half round, front versus back, fountain grass or no fountain grass. That'd be pretty darn easy. It's okay, Urban.
I just love watching y'all just beat it out.
I think it's a good compromise. We instruct staff to bring us back a design or 2, and then we can make our final tweaks at that point. We'll vote on it at that point. But I really don't want to micromanage this. I mean,
I think with this approval that I feel like we can start to get some realistic pricing as well. So I think you're going to want to see that because I could be way off. I'm guessing. So it makes sense to me that we could, basically what I've got from you all is that we want to increase the scale of the welcomes you. We'd like plantings to not be too static and have a little bit of dynamics in the plantings, which will come from the town. People like the teardrop, and people like the reverse channel letters, the letters with the lighting behind it. So that's what I've got so far for that. If there's anything else anybody wants to add that I missed.
yeah, just to be clear, does anybody prefer the non-teardrop shape over? I think that's not only consensus, that's unanimous.
That's your town.
Right, yeah, that's what it is everywhere else. That's
Yeah.
you know, Matthews wave or whatever. That's what it is everywhere else.
Yeah.
So that's for sure. I think everybody likes the backlit lighting. Is that correct? I mean, those are all. So let's let them come back. Hazen with one or two. Your choice, one or two. It could be one. You could say, here's what we suggest, and then Commissioner Miller can micromanage it a little bit more to get it to his liking, and we'll get it just right. That's like a plan. I think. Do we need a vote on this? Or so we've given you direction. Staff's going to come back with one or two final suggestions. It could be one, and then we'll make any final tweaks, and then and also would like to get a little bit better costing. So
Thank you.
all right, thank you. No, it's
You're
been a
welcome.
long
Thank you very
meeting.
much.
All right, we have a few more items. 12A, consider lease or management agreement with the Matthews Free Medical Clinic. Mr. Town Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, members of the board. I hope you all read the memo. It's not really very complicated. It's just a kind of an interesting twist that we have a lease with the Matthews Free Medical Clinic. It's a 10. We can, under state law, we can lease things for 10 years. We have 18 months left on the lease. And so we're at a decision point that they need about 18. If we said, look, we want to use that building for X, they need time to go find another spot. So that is the traditional way to do kind of this leasing. However, and Charlie, I do remember you introducing this to us, and it was with the Levine Senior Center. We purchased the Levine Senior Center, I don't know, probably 4 years ago. It's funny how time goes by. And we bought it from them at significantly below the market price. All we did was we took over the debts, we took over the mortgage because they couldn't afford the mortgage. And it was in many ways at a fraction of the value of the building. So Charlie suggested, like, okay, let's do a management agreement. So we have a management agreement with the Levine Senior Center. And the key component of a management agreement is you can't charge, well, I guess there's two things. One, you can't charge for it because if you charge, it's a lease. And the second thing is you only enter into management agreements for things that you're otherwise by state law allowed to be, services you're allowed to provide. And in our case, senior centers are allowed for towns to provide according to the General Assembly, and so are hospitals and clinics. So we could enter into this management agreement with the Matthews Free Medical Clinic. If you wanted to stick with the lease option, the way you do it is you go through an upset bid process, and that means you open it up to the public and the market range, right? So and there is a process. You can't just go half a penny or 50 cents at a time. You got to go in 5% increments. And so if the board said, look, we want to lease it to them, we'd like to get a fair market rate, we could do that. And then, of course, I've really already mentioned the management agreement. And the key there is we simply cannot charge them rent, but what we could do is say, look, you guys got to maintain the building, you got to police the HVAC, the roof, whatever we want to do, stipulate in the management agreement, so it wouldn't cost us any money out of pocket. Just one other thing as far as background goes, right now the Levine Senior Center is not paying rent because 8 years ago or 8.5 years ago, they made, I don't know, somewhere around $150,000 plus or minus, and Commissioner Urban probably has a better number than me, but and what we did is we folded that, we gave them credit for that. So we don't charge them $4.50 a square foot. They put this money in there. And so right now they're not paying any rent at all. And I do know they would like to stay in the building. So I think the question is, can somebody scroll down to the next page, please? So really the question for the board is, does the board have a preferred path they would like to see the staff take with the Matthews Free Medical Clinic?
Hazen, we are required to take the highest bid by law. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Charlie, I have not heard anything different other than the.
That's correct. Because when you submitted that for that kind of upset bid, then you're required to go with the highest bidder and at the end of all the upset bid periods.
Commissioner Urban.
So full transparency, I sit on the board for Free Medical Clinic and have raised this issue to Becky and Hazen probably 18 months ago because there's a time clock running. But I will tell you, maybe this will expedite things. In talking with our executive director, they would prefer to have a discussion further in the management agreement option because an upset bid process could come along and create an unintended consequence where someone wants to outbid the Free Medical Clinic and then the medical clinic has to find another location. So they love being where they're at. I think it's been a great partnership from that standpoint. But if they had their druthers, they would rather continue negotiating a management agreement option with Hazen and getting that worked out like we do with the Senior Living Center.
Okay. Commissioner Miller, you're on mute.
Sorry. When I went over the lease on page one of the memo, the original memo suggests that in lieu of rent, the tenant can take care of the HVAC, major repairs, and parking lot maintenance. But the top of page 3 states that the landlord shall maintain the parking lot, and it seems a bit confusing to me. So I just wanted to question that. I don't know that we can get an answer tonight, but it might want to be checked out.
So you're talking about the lease with the Free Medical Clinic?
Yes.
So that lease does not cover like HVA. So they had an HVA, their compressor went out. Well, let me set back up. So their management, their lease covers up to $2,500. Anything above $2,500, we have to handle. And in this case, they had a compressor go out, cost $2,700, and I just had to sign the whatever purchase order to pay for that today. And it is a little painful because we're not getting any rent. You know what I mean? So we're having to dig money out of, in my mind at least, dig money out of our pocket. Now, this is a good public service, right? I think that's the dilemma. This is a bona fide free medical clinic, public service. And do you want to say, look, let's just cut them some slack, or do you want to get more of a fair market value for the rent for the building? Because the building cost us over $1 million back when we purchased it 15 years ago, plus or minus.
But Hazen, you would renegotiate the management agreement. So you could tilt those things into the town's favor, HVAC and things like that, because you're absolutely right. We put a lot of money into that building. But I mean, I think the upset bid process creates a lot of anxiety as to what could potentially happen. So I think you could leverage more from the town side, having a little bit tighter management agreement.
Also remember that under a management agreement, there's no landlord-tenant relationship. And there's no term limit.
Mr. Whitley.
Okay, so I think what John Irvin just said, that when we bought it back 10 years ago, the cost was a whole lot different on stuff. So I would like for it to still stay there because I think it's doing a great community service for the town of Matthews. And I like to keep the tenants there too, as well too. Maybe as John said, we can maybe up the price of like the air conditioner, probably 5,000. I don't know how many, 6,000. Anything over 6,000 in the town take, and that way they can keep it and we can keep there. But I would like to see it stay because it renders a good service. And I think at some point we ought to be in helping people, and that's my point on it.
I think that's a very fair point, Commissioner. I would ask to give the staff some discretion about the number because right now it's $10,000 at the Levine Senior Center. I don't know what that number is, but I mean, because they're in a valuable piece of property. And I know they put some money into it, but they are in a very valuable piece of property. And I would hate to, I don't know, like they need a new roof and we got to come out of pocket for $20,000 for a new roof. That's just painful when you're not getting any rent for it.
Yeah, I got you. And I was on the board at the Levine City. So yeah, I'm just throwing a number out there, but certainly like we had to do the pool over there too. And I know it, and the flooring and all this, it is very expensive. And if we're gonna let them stay free, then I think whatever number would be taking care of supplies, parking lot, roofing, or whatever. That's good, Hazen.
Commissioner Whitley, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we keep the tenants and keep what we got with them with making some additional changes to the agreement so far as what expense the town versus the center would pay, and leave that to staff to come back to us with the prices and keep those tenants there for the town.
So you're suggesting that we entertain a management agreement?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have a second? Second from Commissioner Bland. We'll take a roll call vote if there's no further discussion. Commissioner Bland?
That would be a yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
I'm a little unclear of the management agreement and what it entails, but I'll vote yes.
Thank you, sir. I vote yes as well. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Going to item 12B, discuss enhancements to special events / festivals due to Matthews Alive cancellation. Hazen?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, and Corey's on the call too. So I guess on Friday, I talked to Commissioner McCool. This is when we canceled Matthews Alive. Of course, painful to everybody. And then Commissioner McCool's question was, well, if you're saving X amount of dollars, because we're not have to spend on Matthews Alive, couldn't we take X amount of dollars and put it into other festivals? And Corey and I chatted about that today. Corey, you want to share anything with the board, like how much you think we could have available that we're not spending on Matthews Alive?
Yeah, so we did some quick just search through line items that we typically charge Matthews Alive related things to. Excuse me, I'll share that the biggest, call it unknown challenge is the police and public works. Their time is charged to one of the line items. So looking at all that, a rough guess is about $40,000. That is what is in our current operating budget that would not be spent towards Matthews Alive. And that is completely separate from the other, say, pot of money that the town gives to Matthews Alive annually, and that's that $60,000. So totally aside from that, yeah, roughly $40,000 is a rough number.
Commissioner McCool. Thank you, Corey.
I guess it's a question for Hazen. Are we going to get any money back from what we've get, like from Matthews Alive, that 60,000? I mean, this is 2 years running. So are we getting any money back, or what's that look like?
So we haven't started to talk about that, Corey. I don't know if you have any thoughts. One of the things that's interesting is that they are losing money on bands. I don't know if they're losing money on rides or anything else. So I think the question would be, does the town share some of those losses, like maybe a prorated? I don't know if is there a proration? But I do know they also have money for some of these worst case scenarios, right? So the Matthews Alive, whatever, 501c3 has funds. So I don't have a clear, like, what should we tell them? They got to pay us all our $60,000 back. I mean, we can make that argument if the board wants to direct staff to do that.
I'd like us to see at least get part of that money back. And since this is kind of my thing, I guess share my piece. we're coming out of a pandemic. It hurt to have Matthews Live, canceled again. And so my thought was, maybe the hometown holiday or something around, the holidays to invest into for the community. I mean, morale is low. We're in a second, this big wave of COVID again. I want to do something that'll increase the morale of the town. I think this is a good way to do it. I know Commissioner Miller wanted to do something similar, have a, Matthews is Still Alive festival last year. I think we could do something to enhance a festival, add a good amount of money and make it bigger and better than ever.
Commissioner McCool and I discussed this briefly last week, and his suggestion was, what could we do to enhance hometown holidays? And one thing that I remember we did several years ago is we had a machine that made it snow. And I heard like tons of positive comments about that. Like everybody was like, this is awesome. So I don't know how much that cost or whatever it was, but I think there was something up near the roof of the library that made it appear it was snowing, and it really gave the whole town kind of a Hallmark Christmas movie look. I mean, it had the Christmas tree lit and it was snowing and Santa Claus was there. It was just really, really beautiful. And I think probably I've received more comments about the time that it snowed than any other thing we've done at that. So if we could make that holiday celebration a little bit bigger, I don't know, doing what, I don't know. That's why we have Corey. To Ken's point, to really have a fantastic hometown holiday, because hopefully we'll be out of the woods in COVID by that point.
It'd be really good for small businesses too, and vendors and folks who, people have been hurting. I think it's a win.
Mr. Whitley?
Did we get any money back from last year from Stumptown?
So what we did is we squared up the years. So the money, we did not pay them last year. Since we canceled 20s, we did not pay them.
Okay. So
this year we appropriated the funds in this year to pay them for this year's, or contribute to this year's festival. Now they didn't have it. I mean, Corey, I don't think we'd give them any money. I think the question would be, well, should they dip into some of that because they're losing money on bands? But nobody's approached me. I don't know if anybody's approached you.
No, I'm pretty sure we have not paid them that $60,000 this year. Would double check the line item, but I'm pretty sure we have not. And I'll also add, so when I talked to Leanne about it this afternoon, one of the first things that we sort of jumped on was, hometown holiday. Where's this opportunity to enhance? And just looking at the schedule, the calendar, maybe it's December or even looking further into the spring of 22, with the uncertainty of like the next 2 months, like, what do we really expect to change, in the next couple of months? So yeah, looking at December and, possibly next spring, we will love the opportunity to make some of these bigger and better.
A second question, all those people who have paid dues for the parade, do they get reimbursed?
So yeah, Leanne did share that bulk of her day today and tomorrow will be issuing refunds from Matthews Alive's coffers.
Yeah, and I talked to Ken a little earlier, and I think we should do something. Right now we're in the air and we don't know how much bad it will be in December versus coming around to the spring, because I think last year in the wintertime is when this pandemic is the worst, is in the wintertime, but coming out of spring. But I'm all for it if we can have a big bang or something coming in the spring, or just watch and see what the numbers look like.
We also, you got to see vaccine rollout. I think that's about. I'm going to use this as kind of a bully pulpit. We need people to get the vaccine. If they don't want events to get canceled, you got to get the vaccine. So I think that's another way to keep people enticed to get the shot.
All right. Any further discussion? I think Corey will leave it in your capable hands to maybe figure out how, if and when we can make some enhancements. That'd be great. I hope we can do it for hometown holidays. That would be really awesome.
Yeah.
We could expand that a little bit. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. Again, Corey had to wait to the very end through a very long meeting. You got to start moving him towards the front a little.
Yeah.
I understand we have to do the zoning stuff first, but Corey's always the last man standing at these meetings. Go on to the mayor's report. I want to touch on this vaccine thing again because it's really been on my mind. As I mentioned at the top of the meeting, I went to Colorado last week for family vacation, and I met a very prominent local doctor at the airport, the Charlotte airport, who was also going to Denver by coincidence. And we started talking about vaccinations and COVID. And he suggested when they look at India with the Delta variant, as well as England, they don't know why, but they see this really massive trajectory where lots of people get sick really easily, but it also plateaus and dies off fairly quickly as well. So India and the UK are both now in a recovery from this. So he said that he thinks something very similar, and someone that has some standing in the community, a prominent doctor, saying he thinks that we're going to, plateau and probably start coming down. He said by the end of September. So I hope his prediction comes to fruition and that we can do hometown holiday. But again, as I said earlier, I mean, every day I'm reading these deathbed proclamations from people that got COVID, that thought it was a hoax, refused to get vaccinated, and then they're dying, and it's too late to do anything. And a lot of people are dying from this. So again, I just urge everybody in the Matthews community, Mecklenburg County, if you haven't been vaccinated, please wear a mask. Please stay home if you haven't been vaccinated. Don't infect others because you don't want to do it. And I hope and pray that nobody else gets sick and dies in our community from this. But it's happening. It's happening to younger folks. Most of the people my age and older have been vaccinated, and so now it's up to the younger folks to get vaccinated. Be careful. If you don't want to get vaccinated, wear a mask, wash your hands, do all the usual protocols, and hopefully we'll see this thing turn around soon. But it's really going to take the efforts of everyone. We're also seeing, you've probably noticed that we expect to have one or more of these vaccinations certified by the FDA, and when that happens, Charlie might comment on this, but that allows many private corporations to demand that their employees get vaccinated, or they can no longer have a job. And I know the military is talking about doing that, a lot of the federal employees. So it's coming, and I hope and pray for our nation that we can get past this as soon as possible. But I really request people to be considerate of others if you're not vaccinated. That's all I have for the mayor's report. Attorney's report?
No report, Mayor.
Manager report?
Report, Mayor.
All right, we're going to go into closed session. Let's take a
Mr. Mayor, before we go into close, I just want to give the board a couple of events that's happening in August. On August the 17th, those who are running for office again, we're having our 12th community forum at Mount Moriah Baptist Church, 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock p.m. Tanya Rivers is going to be the moderator again. But we're asking all those who are running for commissioner, and of course, Mayor, you are invited. You don't have anybody running against you, but certainly we'd like to see you and be a part of that as well too. And we're asking you to please wear a mask. Our sanctuary can sit 650. We're only allowing 150 people in person with the mask to be there as well too. Also on the August the 21st, that Saturday, we're having a hug a cop with the 5 local churches, having the police officer, the Matthews Police, Sheriff Department, Highway Patrol, and the 5 churches are inviting 25 people too. And we ask you to wear a mask. You can come in and sit, and then we'll have tents outside. But we want to show our appreciation back to the police officer for the great job of service that they render. So mark those, and all of you are invited. We're going to have hot dogs and fish and chicken wings and French fries and the works for the police officer, just to let them know how much we appreciate it. They got from 4 until 8. They don't all have to come at the same time. You can come in and stay an hour or two, and then you can leave out. But just wanted to give that invite to all the commissioners who are running for re-election. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And while you said that, I think I remembered that with a lot of the changes we're having with zoning, et cetera, we're going to have, at least two new board members. And so when we seat the new board, I would like to have, and I mentioned this previously, that maybe Jay can go over as a refresher for those who've been around for a long time, but certainly for the new members to go over some of these new zoning changes would be helpful. And Larry, you're going to have some fish like you had last time?
Yes, sir.
Oh man, I'll be there then. Have some good fish, I'll tell you
And
what.
all of y'all towns, Hazen, the staff is invited as well, because it's public service too. It's not just the police officer, but it's for anybody, fire department as well too.
All right, we're going to go into closed session, and that's going to, we need to take a vote to do that. And I'd like to say, let's come back at like 10:40. Let's take a brief break so we can have a bathroom break or get a drink or whatever.
Mayor, I'd like to include Becky, Jay, and Corey in that closed session as well, besides Lori.
All right, we have a motion to go into closed session with the aforementioned people.
I'll make a motion.
Motion from Commissioner Whitley, second from Commissioner McCool. All, can't say all in favor. Commissioner Bland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Lori sent out an email that has the other Zoom meeting that you have to go to, so we'll reconvene in 7 minutes. Thank you.
Lori, send me that email, please.
Will do.
Thanks. Well, I will go to the bathroom. But,
Closed session.
That's an executive session.
He's awake. Charlie, you need to remove yourself from this meeting, sir.
He looks like he's still awake.
Charlie, you need to leave this session.
You know what I was worried about is my computer not working at home and how stressful that would feel. It's like scrambling around, you know.
Maureen, we're all coming back now.
Who are we missing? Larry?
Jeff, Larry.
Larry will be in a minute.
Here's Commissioner Miller. All right. The gang's all here. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner McCool to adjourn, second from Commissioner Bland. Take a roll call vote. Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Urban?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller? Commissioner Whitley?
Good night, all.
Good night. Been a good one.